let's talk about gentler things, such as death and taxes. Welcome back to Let's Go on the Live, everyone. Played this a couple days ago, on Monday. I meant to take it easy. Doctor's orders. So, we have a short, narrative-based game. It's two-dimensional. We got choices, we got consequences, we got middle management. As I noted on Monday, I've seen this played and not played it for myself. I don't want backseating or spoilers. But I do have viewer integration. Now, the efficacy of the viewer integration seemed to erode by the end of Monday's broadcast. I dare say that all of our results were accurate, to the sense of, like, it got what the public wanted. But to the extent that it got what the public wanted, like, couldn't say. We're gonna continue day 14. Can we test that, No Mana? We're going to be testing it by actually doing. What the fuck are you doing, Applejack? Applejack! Aren't you bereft of currency? What is this doing here? 20!
Go roast beefs. Roast
20?
their beef. Go roast beefs. Roast their beef.
What bounty? Just leaving that on my fucking doorstep.
Go roast beefs.
No
Roast
personal care
their
products.
beef. Go roast beefs.
Okay, Applejack.
Roast their beef.
Fine. You know, if we had, like, bit trains, the hype train stuff, people could be like, woo, yeah!
Go roast
Excitement!
beefs.
Let's go unlock
Roast
some
their beef.
exclusive
Go
emotes.
roast beefs. Roast their beef.
50!
Go roast beefs. Roast their beef. Go roast
Alright,
beefs.
alright.
Roast their beef.
I accept. Oh yeah, I forgot about my electro swing.
Go roast beefs.
They've all been
Roast
roasting
their
beef thus
beef.
far.
Go roast beefs.
I'm confident it's a
Roast
true
their
50-50 chance between the two. Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Interest you in any of our personal care
we'll add that
products?
to the backlog, I fucking guess. Alright. So, thank you. Again, no
May I
hype train.
interest you in any
Corporate
of our
Griffith does not
personal care
enable these
products?
people to just like, yes, shower me with your money, receive exclusive prizes. Remember, this channel doesn't like global Twitch emotes. That's why so many of them are blocked.
May I interest you in any of our personal care products?
So we have a performance review after we're done today. 5 humans have to die. Anyone related to transportation industry has to die. Choose humans at the left side of the profile bundle to die.
Roast their beef. Go roast
Thank you,
beefs.
Applejack.
Roast their beef.
Thank you. Alright, so in that case, it matters what position I keep these in. So I can't do how I've normally arrayed things. So I'm gonna try and keep the positions as I click on these,
Go roast beefs.
and we'll go from there,
Roast
okay?
their beef. Go roast beefs. Roast their beef.
Shake our globe a little bit. Looks great. Lil!
Go roast beefs. Roast
Lil,
their
what-
beef.
Lil,
Go roast
Lil-
beefs.
I'm-
Roast their beef.
busy right here. Well, listen, I'm trying to play Death and Taxes. I'm being bombarded by notifications.
Go roast beefs.
We're trying to play a viewer democracy game here. Lil. Hi. How's it going, everyone? I'm Griffith.
May
I often play
interest
viewer
you in any
democracy
of our
video
personal
games,
care products?
where I try to engage viewership. Doing this low-stress, 2D, short narrative-based game called Death and Taxes that I've seen play but not played for myself. The choices and consequences and middle management, and I'm not wanting backseating or spoilers. We're on day 14, and the viewers have mostly kept aligned with our boss's interests. Howdy.
Roast their beef.
I'm very salty, and I don't like global emotes, which is why many of Twitch's global emotes are blocked. I'm occasionally derisive and insulting, but right now I'm fighting for my life here trying to play video games, so I'm going to read over these notifications. And we're gonna get to it, okay? We have 5 humans that need to die. Anyone related to the transportation industry has to die. And humans have to be chosen preferably on the left side of the profile bundle. We've got our profile bundle. We paid $1 for all 9 of these. And if we'd paid like an extra 9 more, we could have gotten like exclusive soundtrack stuff.
Roast their beef.
We wouldn't want people to call a shotgun.
Roast their beef.
Besides, it's more annoying when people who are sitting in the back tell you how to drive. People who sit in the side, that's more acceptable.
Roast their beef.
It's like a co-pilot.
Go roast beefs. Roast their beef.
Alright, we have Lakshmi, who used to work in the animation industry but grew increasingly tired and stressed due to lengthy work hours. These days, they're self-employed, running their own tiny art studio and taking commissions from businesses to just general fan art enthusiasts. I'm going to go through all 9 portfolios so that viewers can get a sense of what it is we're voting for before I open this up for voting on who lives or dies. We have this combat medic who dreamt of being a sniper from an early age, but they were struck by an irritating itch that never went away, which ruined their ability to keep calm and focus. They instead joined a medical school to figure out the cause of the itch and ended up a medic.
May I interest you in any
We have this horrifying note here, soaked in red, which went through the facts. Always cheerful, Rosalie was born to... Grim, listen, sorry I took so long. You made the choice and got censured for it, but I had to test you. Know if you have what it takes. I won't ask anything that big again, but I ask for your trust and for small acts of defiance. You should let this one live. Stand against fate's rules, and I will show you what lies beneath. They can be. I think it's more along the lines of who do you permit in your vehicle when you travel? Jafar? It's always a strong name, Jafar. Jafar is a mediocre crane operator. They make a notable amount of mistakes, then blame others for those mistakes. Jafar has an alcohol problem, gets abusive towards their significant other and children if they get angry when intoxicated. Well, we just went over the blood red one. It has separate rules that aren't from Fate, our boss. We have Melita. Mel's doctoral thesis was about calculating the parameters around conflict situations. Afterwards, they decided to put that research to the test in a rough enough environment, school. They're into skiing and crafting little paper versions of fractals, like the Minger sponge. Minger sponge? I am unfamiliar. We have Mally. Used to be a war correspondent, nowadays most of their time is spent searching for feel-good stories. They recently got hired to the Daily Clarion, where the editor-in-chief tasked them with identifying a peculiar vigilante of sorts who keeps running around the city in a manatee-themed costume. A manatee-themed costume. Huh. We have Khalil. Believes in their power to give only the best advice to potential presidential candidates of the neutral party to boost the success of their campaign. Their self-confidence might be misplaced, as the reputations of everyone they're advised thus far have crashed and burned. I feel like you kind of weed yourself out there, but maybe you don't. Here in Cosmo City, Cosmopolis, Stanislav works at Cosmopolis City Courthouse. They have few goals in life other than becoming the world's fastest typist. I get you, man. Already their fingers run across the keyboard like bolts of lightning, but they feel there's more that could be achieved. What if we could go beyond? And this geneticist is secretly researching the genetical combining of plants and animals. In addition to mammals capable of photosynthesis and sunflowers with ears, they also dream of a pet hedgehog with an actual hedge instead of spines. So far, the research has been costly, but they believe it's for the greater good. Their colleagues are on high alert. Okay. It's enabled. A bot should be in my user list. Yes. Now, ostensibly, when I click on this red book on my desk in-game, you'll have 40 seconds to input !die or !spare, which will influence the scales, and I'll get the results when time runs out, and I will pick accordingly to what chat has voted for, saving or dying any of these visuals. At the end of Monday's broadcast, my first broadcast of this, we had some awkwardness with the red book. It may have been just due to me having had it running for so long. It may be due to the changes Twitch has made on their back end, which could very well have mangled how this voting system works. Do I mind looking at the phone? Sure, I can look at the phone. I looked at it at the end of last stream. There's no new notifications. So it shows us nothing, as it turns out. Doesn't even show us, like, the stuff that we read before. You're welcome. Okay. First off, this illustrator. And we have our quota over here listed at the right. There you go, Eru Yaru there, testing the waters with voting. So it's gonna be pretty easy to read. Good, good. Some gentle wading to the waters, and based on some fuckery I saw on Monday, I'm gonna do my damnedest to not conclude these votes early. We're gonna let the entire time play out. Although this may be too long of a time to let it always play out, it's that over the alternative, the ship rigging. So, Illustrator lives. Congratulations. Next up, we have this combat medic. Who dreamt of being a sniper, but an itch held them back, kept them down. Alright, looks like you gotta go. Take your lethargic-looking ass to the next dimension, I guess. Kinda harsh. Just because you're dying doesn't mean I had to insult you. It's bureaucracy. I understand. Okay. Next up, we've got Rosalie, the mysterious person sending us these faxes, who is not Fate, at least with this one, has told us to let this one live. Stand against Fate's rules, Fate's our boss, and we will be shown what lies beneath. Beneath what? Like, beneath us. There's like the bar, and then we've got like a shop, and then we've got like the archives we can't visit. Alright. Woo! Close. But, looks like, we ain't listening to any mysterious messages from paper. Jafar. Jafar. There's the case that I could always make the timer longer, because there could always be someone who's on an even longer delay, who is puttered away from the machine, or wasn't able to type because they have popcorn butter on their fingers. I like having changed things from 30 to 40 seconds. Well, it can end up in situations where we're just idling here, because there's no way this vote's gonna swing in the other direction. It compensates for delay. Farewell, Jafar. With your alcohol problem and your abusiveness. We've got Mel here, this mathematics teacher. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It doesn't look like it's reflecting the choices of our actions. We're good. Don't worry about it. It's good. I mean, it's not like I bought one of those Obliviators so that there's take-back things, right? Besides, if I did take backsies, that would be violating the sanctity of our democratic institution. That's important. Next up, we got this photojournalist. Used to be a war correspondent, and they recently got hired to the Daily Clarion, and they've been tasked with identifying a peculiar vigilante of sorts, who keeps running around the city in a manatee-themed costume. Looks like death is on the table here. No identifying vigilantes. Maybe that's just how things have gone, Alex. Maybe that's just how things have gone. Alright, we got Khalil here. An advisor. Give only the best advice to potential presidential candidates of the neutral party. I wonder what the neutral party's platform is. What does the neutral party run on? Isolationism. Moderation in all things. Sometimes it's necessary to... Now I'm thinking about True Neutral from, like, my old AD&D books. A druid may help a community against a rampaging, like, marauding band of gnolls, only to switch sides when the gnolls in the area are facing extinction. Another thing that the AD&D 2E Dungeon Master's Guide did was also like, here are examples of what a party would look like if a member of every alignment was in the party. And really what I just want to say is, if you've got 9 players in your party, I think you have other concerns than the alignment grid. We have this typist here. Of course, there are huge amorphous blobs of role-playing groups that have formed and existed in life, and there are pros to having that. But when it's a full house and you got everyone at the table, I'm just gonna trail off there. Congratulations, you win. And finally, this geneticist, who is secretly researching the genetical combining of plants and animals. Having a group that sizable is valuable for, like, hey, you know, we could have several party members be missing, several players, and that's cool. Like, we can keep it flowing. But beyond, like special occasions, even then, you might want to have, like, a co-DM for that. I've done large groups before, but those have been for, like, all right, everyone here from, like, high schools gathered together here at the park. One of the couple of the patio tables have been co-opted. We're going to be running, like, a special thing today. All right, so that's all 9. It's the most we've ever gotten. 5 humans had to die. 5 humans did die. Anyone related to the transportation industry had to die. I have to check to confirm things. A flight attendant there died. Looks like it was just, yeah. The flight attendant there, the transportation industry, unless we consider crane operator to be in, transportation instead of construction. And, choose humans at the left side of the profile bundle to die. We didn't perfectly adhere to that, but the top directive, we followed that. And the secondary directive, we followed that too. It was close, Rosalie. It was close. Our snow globe world is looking great. You're right, Calazar. Though I would certainly say that's more logistics. What's the biggest party I've been a part of? The biggest party I've been in front of, it's probably been more than 6, but I would say 6. The biggest group I've DM'd, I'd say is 8. I don't think I've done 9. But that would require me to spend more time, like, sitting here and reflecting on all of the years I've been doing role-playing games. I started in 95, when my brother introduced me to AD&D 2nd Edition. A lot of history there.
I have returned.
You're welcome.
Did you miss me?
I'm glad those games have stuck with you. They certainly stuck with me. Enjoyable rides them both. Listen, I'm just here to work.
I certainly missed your droll demeanor. Straight to work, then.
Excuse me? What was that? What did you say? What was that? Wait, try that one again? I mean, you said it fine. But, you know what?
So, okay. Yes. Today is your 2-week performance evaluation. But before that, we must quickly check your daily conduct. Where did I place those papers, please? Where are you? Ah, here we go. Right. Seems to be correct, or whatever. Let us proceed to the more important evaluation.
Alright. You know, some days fate, you know, sometimes, you know, your boss is like, what the fuck ever, I don't care. I've ever played the game Uplink? I have. A very long time ago. It's not something I'd feel like I'd ever want to play again. I think the last time I played the game was 2011. Let's wait patiently. Let's not volunteer anything.
Grim. How should I put it? In essence, you are a solid and dedicated worker. You play by the book. You do what you are told.
We've been bitched at a couple of times, and I've not been paid as a result. But overall, apparently, this is who we are.
There is little to criticize in your conduct, except perhaps for the minor lack of independence.
So, I really like prompt 2 here. The rules are there for a reason. What else am I supposed to do, Fate?
Of course, great care goes into calculating the equilibrium. But is that all that matters?
We've killed too many people twice. We let too many people live once, and that's because the cat, presumably the cat, no one framed the cat, presumably, snatched all of the faxes.
One might expect at least an inkling of rebellion. Does an autonomous personality hide anywhere within your skull?
Have we... I feel like we're... I'm trying to think of how I want to frame this. Is our boss gaslighting us? Like... like attempting to... Is gaslighting the word I want to use there? I feel like, here we go. Just trying to... Maybe not gaslighting. He's provoking. Like, attempting to provoke something from us, right? That's what it is.
You are dependable, faithful, trusted. Is that all you are content with?
Chat room, if I told you that you could be dependable, faithful, and trusted, and you could be good, would you be good?
Now, obviously, you are to be granted a small bonus. No one can argue you have not earned it. Keep it up. The ultimate evaluation is in 2 weeks.
Small bonus? Oh yeah, buddy. As if I would change my appearance. Oh yes, if you have not seen our appearance, I've had this since the start of the game. That's Corporate Grimmeth right there, baby. Hell yeah. There is no time to explore other threads. Okay, so we have this Infernal Illuminator I can't afford. We have a calendar. And we've got clothes. And we got drinks. Howdy.
Hey, hey, Grimmy. Pleased to see you again. Are you still wearing the same attire from before? Oh, gross. It's been ages.
I just think my current look really suits me.
Oh, Grimmy. This lack of transformation, no, it does not suit you. I've got just the thing to help you out. Something I've been holding for a special case.
Oh?
A cool visage to make your day. Check it out later.
I'm getting a new outfit because I haven't changed my current outfit in the 2 weeks I've been playing this game.
Crisis averted. Not much else happening on this quiet Sunday, though, so I appreciate you dropping in. What's on your mind?
I like a drink.
Sure. What's your poison?
I think the last drink I had was the Bloody Gary. I don't recall whether maybe I did have the tax on the beach last time. You know, I can't recall. I'd have to look at the footage. Let's have a gin and tariff. Maybe I had the gin and tariff, but I skipped the tags on the beach because it was too expensive. This is important. This matters to me. I want to sample everything. Okay. Chat room, we are derailing the entire broadcast now as I go into timeout. As Grimmeth goes to pull up the previous broadcast. Oh yeah, Frank Whittle, I forgot about him. Okay, we had some criticism about Lady Poddington. And I drank the... I'm hesitating here. I did drink the gin and tariff. Okay. Cool. Delightful. Tax on the beach must not have been an option, even though it's between these two, because I didn't have 400. Well, we'll have it now.
Who doesn't love some accounting on the beach? Yeah, the calculator may get sandy, but so what?
Flavor drink. The drink hits you like the rip current of an ocean. It pulls and drags, eroding away your essence 1 grain of sand at a time. Yet you also taste the mischievous playfulness. A few moments later, you feel like you're lying within an endless dune. Buried deep, like the royalty of old. Dune. Arrakis. The spice melange. Done.
Au revoir, Lil Reaper.
I'm tempted to change clothes, as I've been offered a new outfit. But I'm sticking to my guns here. It's about principles. I don't need to change. They need to change. To the shop today.
Shiver me timbers. Ye sure can't get enough of the Emporium.
We got our fidget spinner. We have our undo a mark. And presumably you could use this in relation with, like, you look at the snow globe or that that lamp that we saw be in the store before. Reflect on that and go, Get to the office here. Our delightful music coming from our radio. On the radio. Cloudy with a chance of annihilation. It's looking great. You know, would you believe that just recently we had a bunch of pluses? And, you know. Seeing some bad things out there. But I'm sure we'll resolve that. Switch to this song. Teacher uses clever mathematics to resolve conflicts with modest results. Neutral president rises to power after replacing entire advisory team. Former advisors reported missing. Miniature fast-breeding hedgehogs with poisonous spines are eating everything. You did this, chat room. Medic missing, presumed dead after their squad struck by enemy fire. Drunken crane operator tips crane into the sea. Challenger at the swiftest typist World Cup types so fast they accidentally break a finger. Woof. What are we doing in here? Oh, Peggy's. No money. Alright, congratulations, Grim. You passed the performance review as expected, but let us not dwell on the past. I need you to focus on the future. This will be a tough day. Be attentive. A total of 6 humans have to die. At least 3 humans with a scientific background have to die. At least 2 humans aged 30 or younger have to die. Humans are so easily corrupted. Good reaping. Fate. So, what's become clear to me is that this top thing here is the prime directive. And you want to follow that. This other stuff, apparently you get enough leeway on that, the Fate's like, you've never rebelled once! Always adhering to the rules, trusted, faithful, dependable. Now this one right here, you gotta do that one. Okay. Maybe I'll stick to just clicking and, like, dismissing them instead of arraying them up here. And maybe that'll be how we do things now. Mint, a gang member. Mint comes from an abusive family, which ultimately made them very protective of their older sister. Mint would do anything to keep her safe. As such, they have allied with the toughest crime boss in the district, one who takes good care of their own. Howdy, howdy, welcome in. We have Holland, Mr. Negan. Once during a routine burglary, Holland had got attacked by a kid who was unintentionally left behind by their vacationing family. This occurrence made them appreciate the quiet days far more. Usually they leave a clean house behind, sometimes even doing the dishes. So it's not the wet bandits, it's the spick and span, the spotless bandits. Thieves. Roustabouts. Ayesha Moore, a cosmologist, 10 years. They have spent gazing through a powerful telescope at the stars all across the universe. Bit by bit, they've become ever more convinced the whole world is actually some sort of a simulation. Realistic reproduction crafted in binary. Okay. Garrett Galt? Who is this person? A nobody. Vain and arrogant, they promised numerous grand inventions, all of which failed. Blinded by egoism, they refused to learn any lessons and continued on this path, ultimately leading to the ruin of several businesses and the death of a number of people. Okay. So none of these folks down here have scientific backgrounds, and we've got one individual. We got 2 down here who are age 30 or younger. Up here, we've got Sky, a data analyst. Despite a liberal arts education, Grimmeth nods. Sky works in the space industry, writing programs to analyze satellite data. They live with their spouse and cats. Any spare time they have, they enjoy sitting in the hot tub. I mean, who doesn't? Yeah. We have this nuclear physicist here. Was inspired to study nuclear physics by old science fiction novels. Their original plan was to build some sort of an atomic death ray, as seen in their favorite novel, which alas never went anywhere. By that time, they'd become an accomplished and respected physicist. We have school bus driver, drives children to and from schools every day, although it seems like a job that requires responsibility. They're usually pretty lax about it, sometimes partaking in soft narcotics before getting behind the wheel. They say it makes them focus better. What is soft narcotics, okay? I'm gonna need more specificity. Because my personal ruling would be to, like, let them live, but I would like to know more. What do we call soft-serve narcotics? Like, if I go to the fucking ice cream machine. Chat room is suggesting marijuana as a soft narcotic. And, you know, I wouldn't have defined marijuana as a narcotic, but, you know, the hell do I know, right? Anyway, we have Glory here, a historian. When still in their early 20s, Glory harbored some edgy and extreme views on society and the world in general, up until the point they grew up and calmed down, readjusting their interests in societal issues to gain greater knowledge of history and the myriad structures that affect our lives. What is that quote that's attributed to Theodore Roosevelt? Oh man, I knew this one when I was in high school. I think it's him. It might not even be him. Something along the lines of that if you are like under a certain age and you know what, I'm just gonna submarine the fucking thing. We're just gonna know. Like that quote there, if it is from him, that I might mangle, it's not gonna go anywhere. Just it pertains to this blurb. We're putting it away now. It goes in the drawer. See? Here's the quote. It's going in the drawer. Alright. So, 6 humans had to die, 3 humans with a scientific background, and 2 humans aged 30 or younger. Let's get going. Mint. Alright, looks like Mint's not gonna make it. Came from an abusive family, very protective of their older sister, and is willing to do whatever it takes to keep her safe. You die. Alright, that's one of the humans that need to be age 30 or younger. At least. We got Mr. Negan here. Our spotless burglar. Who got attacked. I mean, if you're a burglar, you're still in the wrong, right? Although, depending on your jurisdiction, then again, that is a kid. You might have something that you can put against the parents there. Like, if you're getting attacked like that, and it's unreasonable, I'd feel better, though, about saying there's a case here if it was an adult that attacked you. That's a kid. Maybe you could still, like, put something against the parents, but I don't know whether, like, that would get any traction. I guess I would need more intel. Thankfully, we're just judging whether this individual lives or dies, and not the merits of, like, a civil lawsuit here. For, like, to pay, like, medical expenses. Alleging, like, damages. We got this cosmologist. looks like stargazing is no longer for you. Along with proposing that this is actually all some sort of simulation. We need to keep that detail hidden. I don't think this this simulation runs like you know, we don't need you to sustain the Matrix. Unlike how we need Neo in Trinity. Alright. Moving on, we've got Garrett Galt. This sleaze bag right here. Look at him. Well, Garrett, it's time for you to learn how to cheat death. You're blind enough by egoism. I'm sure you'll come up with some solutions and maybe get other like deceased individuals to, you know, back your ideas. Can't take it with you, right? Sky, this data analyst. The cardboard box major. One of my nurses over the weekend unreasonably enjoyed me referring to my study of history as a cardboard box major. Unreasonably. Alright. Congratulations, you get to keep living with your spouse and cats in hot tub. Look at that! Positive symbols. What we like to see. We have this nuclear physicist. Ooh, Chance, fairly divided on this one. Chat looking, of course, at 6 humans having to die, and including humans with scientific backgrounds, and this certainly is a scientific background. Yet, we have, you know, fate has called upon us to have minor acts of insubordination, right? Or is that a test? Whomst amongst us can say? Well, you're dead. We have the school bus driver, who is partaking in soft narcotics, which help you focus better. Bus driving is a fairly thankless job. I know over the past school year that there's been a huge demand for them, with offers of pay increases. And bus drivers, you know, there being a shortage. Like, nah, fam. I'm good. Alright, looks like you are living. And finally, glory. We have 5 humans dead. If we are to meet fate's quota, glory must be slain. Otherwise, I ain't getting paid for the day. Troy, what am I gonna spend that money on? Costumes that I'm not gonna use, right? Oh yeah, Max? Maybe that's what it is, Mobius. Maybe that's what it is. On soft serve drugs, you're onto something. Okay. Well, that's a job well done. Looks like we're making the world a better place. What else could it mean, you know? There's all these, like, diamond starbursts, like, float around with all of our symbols of positivity. And the never-ending storm. It will be chaos! Complete chaos! Oh great, the cloud's back.
Good evening, Grim. I hope you are doing well.
Moving on.
I forgot to ask you yesterday. How did it feel going through almost a whole week on your own?
Basic, one day follows another.
Just so. Even we cannot stop the constant advance of time. Well, let us quickly go over the usual administrative matters. The papers.
Oh, might be onto something there, Rilder.
I see you have marked the appropriate number of profiles. Yay.
What if it's an alternative aspect of fate, or perhaps even Lady Poddington who's attempting to get us to, you know, shock the system, promote change? Or, you know, the cloud could be the living, like, archive beneath our feet that's trying to get us to do things. Who's really in control of this Reaper that was created 2 weeks ago?
Honestly, this corporate mandate is growing a bit tiresome. Oh well, what must be done? Speaking of, yesterday marked a significant moment in your career. Are you content with your evaluation?
Look, I'm a level with you. I don't really care. Like, what you spoke of sounded like bullshit to me. And so I'm starting to lose my trust in you as the individual who summoned me into existence. And I feel like money could be better allocated to other things, like effective communication. You know, when you have Lady Poddington put in charge of me, and I'm like, yo, took my paperwork and I'm getting blamed, I don't really care.
Perhaps you should?
What kind of milquetoast response is that? Fate? Hold on, we can't get too excited here. It's like if you tell your boss, whatever, and in disbelief your boss is like, maybe you should? I'll have to listen to that one back. That one's pretty good. I can't mouse wheel my way back for that.
This reminds me. Have you any questions? It has been a while since we had a personable dialogue.
Well, chat likes to be aggressive with how they hone their questions. It's important. How long is a day, anyway?
The complexity of time. Imagine that it is not a fixed and stable entity. I am sure you did not think only 15 days have passed since your arrival. Considering the frequency and magnitude of events in your moderately sized region.
How does it work?
Time is an inconsistent flux. While you rest, days, weeks, months may pass, at different intervals.
So there's no clear definement between, like, these days. Feels like you're working me for I'm getting paid for far less than the,
Profiles from diverse moments appear on the same day, interlaced, within a rhizome of time and space stretching beyond mere 4 dimensions.
A rhizome of time and space. Day there proper now.
That is why causal links are difficult to establish, and the equilibrium is of unfathomable complexity.
I think there's 2 problems here. 1, I'm salaried, and 2, My workplace created me.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Alright. Rules.
What do you mean?
Am I the one who actually picks and makes things happen?
Oh, nothing of the sort. The world, and the people therein, create the situations themselves without our interference. Our data mongers collate and examine wide swathes of data and calculate the parameters for the necessary equilibrium.
Hold that thought, Max.
We do not directly cause deaths, although our choices can modify the structure slightly.
Continuing to hear with my chance tradition of asking questions. How can that be? If I mark profiles, don't these decisions affect other people?
In a sense. But this is certainly not a one-to-one sequence of causal links. You should consider time works a bit differently in here. Anything else?
What's my history?
You are a death spawn. I crafted you out of different materials.
Where'd my parts come from?
The store. And places. Anything else?
Do you play chess? I recall some film about death with tons of chess.
No. I am instead particular to this game called Go. Aesthetically pleasing, less violent and imperialistic.
As in, leave. As in, go from my office. We are done here.
Anything else?
Nope, we're done.
Until tomorrow, Grim.
Alright. Back to reasonable amounts of payment, I guess.
Yes, you did it, Reaper. You have achieved.
Okay.
Your grandeur grows with every passing moment.
Okay.
Soon, we'll be but mere motes beside your blazing glory.
Okay. Yeah, the opening cutscene showed, Fate needing to go to the store to buy lemons. I'm not sure.
Because you're a fraud, ain't? We can see through your shell, you imposter.
Because you're a fraud, ain't?
Carry forth your deed of darkness, Reaper. But stop before it's too late.
Fucking
Already getting a
melodramatic.
bit late as we speak. The dusk nears.
This maudlin fucking cloud. Your deed of darkness. Fucking... Get over yourself. Internal voice. What's in stores today? Coming soon to
Ahoy!
GameStop near you.
A pleasure to see ye again.
We have Boo. We've got a cactus. And we've got an eye. Anpu, god of the dead, of vacation, involving the afterlife, cemeteries, and tombs of the protector of the underworld. Which is an outfit, and that would imply that I would be changing my clothes. Howdy, howdy, welcome in. Go to our default track. Physicist sacrifices self in order to prevent radiation leak. Draft of a 1,000-page historical analysis of Cosmopolis City to be published posthumously. Inventor drowns in first attempt to start the construction of an underwater city. Burglar stumbles on a frighteningly complex array of traps during a break-in, dies from serious head trauma. Local thug stabbed in a gang-related incident. Slums finally at rest after gang conflict ends through assassination of crime boss and close associates. Error spotted in a satellite which would have caused it to crash. It's now slated to reach orbit successfully this week. School bus driver under investigation after crashing bus with kids in it. Fortunately, we're going at incredibly slow speeds at the time. The military-industrial complex is tackling progressive issues by having their first ever female CEO. Stunning graffiti sprayed all across Cosmopolis City. There's something uncanny about them, critics note. Okay, so, you bring that back to me. The military-industrial complex is tackling progressive issues by having their first ever female CEO? I hate this blurb. I hate that blurb. Don't you ever talk to me about how the military-industrial complex is tackling progressive issues in that sort of fashion. Alright. I don't think I think this is a work-issued phone, and I'm not even sure I have permissions, you know? Do your job. Look here, Grim, how about we try out some brand new methods of strengthening the equilibrium? I have great faith in these techniques of a more structural nature. A total of 2 humans have to die. We got 4. The humans on the opposite ends of the profile bundle have to die. Yes, this may be the key. So Fate's suggesting that, these 2 die. But just 2 humans gotta die. And the Prime Direct is what matters more so than anything else. There you go, Ariara. Don't worry about it. We have Caleb, a junior researcher. Look at that. Not sure whether that's like a smirk or just like the beard there. The mustache. Right after graduation, Caleb went to work at the Acedia? The ACE Institution, where they have been researching strange experimental pathogens. The goal is to achieve a potential breakthrough in human cell regeneration. It's a pretty dangerous job, as it oftentimes involves the use of very sharp instruments. What a useless in-sentence that was. Like, okay, that's why it's a pretty dangerous job? Thank you, Blurb. Andres? During the day, they are a small-time entrepreneur, but secretly they're a naive, impressionistic painter. Their graffiti is found on many walls made anonymously at night. They suspect their art has mystical powers, trying to add positive karma to nice houses. But it's unclear if they're fully in control of these powers. CEO here? Theophania is the latest heir of the Einer family. Einer? The family started off providing security almost 100 years ago with their initial Monitor C consulting firm. Over time, they acquired a number of factories and grew into the arms-providing conglomerate, now known as Sundowner Security Services. Ah, yes, indeed, the military-industrial complex. Conrad Ulmer. Conrad is obsessed with building the ultimate gel nails. Alright. Their designs keep getting wilder and more impractical each day, but customers keep coming thirsty for the most fashionable, weaponizable nails. Okay. I was following along until thirsty customers were coming in to, like, become, like, razor girls and razor boys, like Gillettes. Just, like, fucking... for fucking hand razors. You had me until the end there. Alright. Well. Caleb. How we feeling, gentlemen? Have we upset Fate since last stream? You know what? We have upset Fate because Fate has insisted that we are fuddy-duddy, that we always follow the rules, and that there should be at least like some minor acts of insubordination somewhere in there, and there just haven't been, according to what Fate told us in our Day 14 performance review. Alright, it's pretty definitive right there. Well, that's pretty definitive right there, too. That looks bad. What you think, Sharon? Does that look bad? No breakthrough in human cell regeneration. Because that just used to be a bunch of smoke with positive symbols. Alright. We have this graffiti artist business person. How we feeling here? Well, Lady Poddington was left in charge of us for a week. And Fate insisted on communicating through a phone, and apparently had poor reception and was unwilling to follow up on that. What if Fate is an individual who's working their own agenda? What could that agenda be? If it deviates from what upper management insists on. Well, that last day, Null Mana, like, Lady Poddington could not have possibly had a hand on the receiver. Next up, the CEO. The arms providing conglomerate. Are we going for a chaotic evil end goal? You're asking that question out of an amorphous ball of, like, voters who come and go and ebb and flow with their whims and decisions? I don't think there has been a group united plan for any sort of thing, other than just go where the mood takes them. Individuals have had their desires. This is a mob. Spare, narrowly so. And then finally, this manicurist here. We did see a red paper earlier, Awesome Poe, which called upon us to spare an individual. That individual who was listed, and it was narrow, but Chad ultimately voted to kill that individual. Alright. Conrad here is deceased. It's 2 and 2, with the folks on the opposite ends of the profile bundle dead. Looking good out there.
Grim, my fellow colleague, I have been deliberating a matter. Perhaps you can be of assistance.
When the individual who used a ritual to create you, your direct supervisor, has you in for your daily review, and says, my fellow, and hesitates and says, colleague, before looking to enlist you in something. I'm not even gonna finish that. Just, feel like I properly and effectively communicated everything I needed to say there. Yes. Good day, associate.
Should I become a writer? I could write many compelling works of fiction. I am an antique, after all. I have much experience.
Look, it's not really my place to say. I'm not even gonna, shrug at that. I have zero backing or, understanding of how you write. I cannot be an effective critic here. Not really my place to say.
I would not have asked you otherwise. Reticence does not suit you, Grim. I shall continue my contemplation, but for now, it is time for daily feedback. All the files are in order. Excellent work. You are a testament to meticulousness.
The cat mutters in contentment.
Well, off you go now. I must return to my deliberations.
You do that. I already visited the store to see what was up. Let's just go to bed. Fate up there in the office.
Ye drive a hard bargain, matey. But Mortimer does love a good scuffle.
Does love a good scuffle. There's our coin that we can flip to decide who lives and dies. But here we go. I want this infernal illuminator. Once you've already made the choices that are passing through again. So it won't help me at all this run. But in future runs, it could show me the world. Besides, what else if I spend this on, like, cat ears that comes up? I'm not changing these clothes. And I don't need this coin. Give me this light.
The base, the marble plate of yore. The arms melted from the cannons of a galleon. A socket, a shell of a ferocious sea monster. The shade made from the skull of the beast of Hogward. The coil bent from the thorns of a rose bush in Guyana. I, me drinking buddy, a master electrosmith, built this illuminator. He also loved to spark me drink and laughed gleefully when me whole jaw sizzled. Pranked him right back by knocking his teeth out.
How did you pronounce Gehenna? Gehenna? I see you down there. Wink. Chat. I feel like maybe. Maybe yesterday's choice as the junior researcher may have. Just saying, there was a time just recently these people were not on fire. Maybe they deserve to be on fire. Whomst amongst us could say. A fiery gaze aimed upon the unworthy dregs of stationery and other office supplies. Young researcher dead from a yet to be identified pathogen. Doctors left puzzled. Sundowner announces another 50 billion arms sale. When will people realize these kinds of superficial faux reformist changes are not some progressive step forward? The arms industry still works the same, no matter who is technically in charge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Electrical substation burns down after graffiti of candles is found on the walls. Alright. Now, if we have this light on, we can see that, in future games, if we have the light on and directed on this paperwork, we can see the consequences of the choices we know to influence these, statistics, which are present here in this snow globe. It is educated guessing based on what I've seen from the snow globe and how we've seen it change as a result of our determinations. And you could end up using the Obliviator there to be like, oh, what was that result? I don't like how that looked. Let me go ahead and erase that. But we know nothing, because it's our first game. So, go live with the pig. Fresh idea. I hope you're still well motivated for our performance discussion. We are trying out another new structural method. You'll be required to demonstrate utmost precision. All humans in the bottom row have to die. Keep the chaos away, will you? Alright, I'm glad we're experimenting here. New ideas to maintain equilibrium. If that's what we're doing. We have this project manager. They manage a big software development project at Glamazon. Yeah, it's not an I, it's Glamazon. Although they have zero idea how software development works, their uncle, the CEO, sees a bright future ahead of them. Lucas Ward retired here. Lucas has lived a calm and content married life, having raised 3 kids and helped raise 7 grandkids, yet they've never felt particularly happy up until a moment 5 years ago, until they admitted and accepted their preferred sexual orientation. Their family was very supportive. All right. And Miss Campanella here, this individual here, they're haunted by the suicidal people they've had to run over, even though there's nothing they could have done. They've started writing a series of romance novellas about a nihilistic food delivery person and a religious library worker. In the climactic moment, one of them saves the other from jumping in front of a subway train. We have Zola here, a pediatrician, specializes in child abuse pediatrics, is able to determine signs of abuse from very subtle signs. They've had a key role in saving countless children from dangerous environs. As a chemistry teacher, an inspiration to all their students, although their school is poor, they do everything in their power to make the chemistry classes as engaging as possible, using the available chemicals for demonstrations rather creatively. They smell of sulfur at all times. We have Wilton, a very proficient logistics coordinator. Their nickname at work is Smooth Operator. They also apply these skills to managing 2 separate secret families. And Omar. When younger, Omar postponed reading literature, thinking, oh, I'll get around to it once I'm old. When the time finally came, they started going through novels, novellas, short story collections, etc. ad infinitum, ad nauseum, one after the other. Now they regret the earlier decision as they're afraid they'll die before they get to read all these books. Okay, so the directive is all humans in the bottom row have to die. Will chat room be following this one today? Let's find out. First off, our project manager, who has a bright future ahead of them at Glamazon. It's like that movie that I forget the name of. Would you like to know how your wife, like what happened to your wife, no matter the cost? Sutherland's out there, like, rain pouring down. Drink this. Looks speciously, but so desperate, needs to know the answer, drinks it, wakes up buried alive. Ah! Well, that was morbid, but I mean, we're playing a game about, this, right? Next up, we got Lucas, who's lived a calm and content married life. They never felt particularly happy up until a moment 5 years ago until they admitted and accepted their preferred sexual orientation. Their family was very supportive. Looks like chat wishes to congratulate Lucas Ward on finding happiness. And would like to move Lucas Ward on now. From life. So be it. I mean, he doesn't really talk about, like, anything else pertaining to Lucas. Except being a family individual. And happiness. The subway operator. This doesn't tell us how effective the subway operator is, just how they've become haunted. Although it could be perilous for a subway operator to, you know, die if they were to do so on the job. Most amongst us would say. All right. It's fine. There's still some pluses in there. Don't mind the positives that turn to negatives over there. It's good. Next up, this pediatrician. We fulfilled our quota. And saying all humans in the bottom row have to die. We just keep all the humans in the top row alive. I dare say we're getting paid for today. Also, the book is... The book pages are doing some weird shit there. Breaking my immersion. No, man, viewers have tried that sort of angling with Fate before, attempting like bureaucracy, like, hey man, yeah, well, we could do like, hey, yeah, we killed 3 people plus 1, you know? And Fate has swatted them the fuck down. Our boss, like Captain William Bedford Diego, cannot be bartered with. This chemistry teacher. Seeking further input. Utmost precision need requires assistance. Beep, beep, beep. You live. Haven't had a close one for a while. Wilton, this logistics coordinator. Smooth operator. Manage 2 separate secret families. Gonna need an exclamation point there, Overlord Zorp. Though it looks like it will not have mattered. For Wilton is also being spared. And finally, Nomar. Who's, now getting around to shit. Once they're old. There's so much literature to read. Alright. Well. Good work today, chat room. Successful day. Poor life choice there from Ariar. Well done. You'll be spared. Alright. They kind of plodded along, but sometimes work days are like that. Don't worry about it.
Deathspawn, I have been ruminating on the humans. They vex me.
Uh-oh. You know, Fate, you're kind of foreshadowing here that, you know, first with, like, yesterday, you're talking about, like, the whole, like, writer profession, and then at the most recent performance review, you're talking about, like, potential insubordination, even though we have... Fate, I'm starting to get the impression that maybe... you wish to see gainful employment elsewhere. I'm ruminating on that one. Anyway, please continue, Fate.
Why do they exist? Their presence still seems unnecessary. Would it all not be simpler without them?
I mean, it's not our call to make. It's above my pay grade.
Perhaps. We do still hold some control over the levers.
I really don't see this line of thought going anywhere.
Ah, never mind my ramblings. I acknowledge your patience and loyalty.
See, when I say thank you here, I want it to be sarcastic. I do have thoughts on loyalty, though, Fate.
I am all ears, Grim.
Don't you think this flows too one way?
Such is the nature of loyalty.
Hardly. You're just arrogant. Always demanding, never giving back.
Ha! Grand. A reaper demanding its due. Unfortunately, you will just have to live with it. Live. See what I... Where is your sense of humor? Well, I appreciated the discourse. Good night.
I didn't even get my daily review. Fake.
Oh, right. Slipped my mind. Well, if it is that important to you. It seems you marked the proper amount of profiles. Well done and all that. Now depart. I have things to contemplate.
We need to, like, check our employee manual to figure out who our boss's boss is. And lodge a formal complaint or something. We need to get the... Our boss's boss is Lady Poddington. What the fuck? I already stopped by here. So where we got the lamp from? You know, I don't know, Vic. I can't go higher in here. I needed the other elevator. I mean, this elevator also doesn't go to the archives. So, you know. Can't access the plant department. Alright. Out of curiosity, what is on the store today?
Batten down the hatches. 'Tis a storm of sail.
I have a plague doctor mask. Sporting a super stylish beak, the mask hails from an era of epidemics. We're physicians with little to no medical expertise. Try to alleviate the suffering of the inflicted, an ill omen, but it really fancies up my visage. A lot of paperwork. Alright. Collision throws 2 subway trains off elevator tracks, both operators dead. Tax evasion concerns local government, possibly leading to cuts in infrastructure funding. Our radio smudged again. Looking good! Tidings, Grim. Life should not be too predictable, do you not agree? We could use a little bit of alteration and alternation every so often, and I have developed just the thing for it. Quota for the day. Every other profile has to die. Must now return to my research. Fate. Alright. Do you want, like, 1357 or 2468? In which order are we beginning the sequence? We're reading left to right, top to bottom? You know what, chat? I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I don't mind if we get if we don't get paid today. Well, this farmer here lived in 4 different counties, finally settling down at the Sun County wine region, where they now work as a viticulturist. They enjoy fast food, cooking, and horse riding, have 7 grandchildren who visit often. Working with those vintages. Them vineries. Bunta. More often than not, they find themselves in dangerous situations due to their curious nature and profession. They haven't had a chance to build a family because of their risky life choices, but hope to settle down eventually. At the moment, they're undercover, working for a minor drug lord, trying to expose corrupt police. Lucas, a getaway driver, got tangled in the whole organized crime web at an early age through debts their brother had incurred. To settle the score, Lucas was forced into working as a driver, although as of late, they seem to have been getting their hands dirtier. This lumberjack co-owns a logging company where they work as a lumberjack. Although they comply with environmental regulations on paper, they occasionally clear protected habitats by mistake, destroying homes of thousands of endangered birds. Okay. Video games have oriented me against birds, but even I'm like, that's probably not okay. Benetton, a comics artist podcaster, an artist and writer of graphic novels, is often full of sighs and irreligion. They host, together with a pal, a religion-themed podcast without being a jerk towards the belief of others. It's a pleasant listen that brings bi-weekly amusement. In their free time, they're dedicated to crafting intricate poems in many languages. Amandus. Before they took over the Daily Moon, the newspaper was in decline. With ruthless determination, they turned the paper into the tabloid powerhouse we know today. While recklessly digging through the lives of others, they've used the paper to suppress rumors about themselves. Look at that brow. That's a strong brow. That's a powerful brow. A nanny for the somewhat well-off middle class. That's what they came to Cosmopolis City for, with an initial 1-year contract. They saw it as a decent way, with a decent wage, to escape their Reconstruction-era home country. It's a nice adventure when you're young, at least. And then Agnes does a thankless job. But somebody's got to do it. Got to do it. Of collecting tax from businesses and individuals on behalf of the local government. They get yelled at every day, but ensure everyone can enjoy public services like roads and street lighting. So I'm going to persist in my same order that I've been doing these things. Going from right to left, bottom to top. And we'll just go from there. And we'll use whatever determinations you see fit. As a matter of fact, we're even closing today's rules. And I'm putting them... I put... It's my tie. Good enough. It's one hell of a tie. All right. What we got here for this farmer? Who enjoys fast food, cooking, and horse riding, and have 7 grandchildren who visit often. Alright. Congratulations! Kyo. Kaio. Yo. You live. We have this journalist here who's trying to expose corrupt police. Looks like chat room largely supports their work. Vote now! This limited time, speak to me, O voices of beyond. Commune with me. So I don't have to buy the coin. The special coin. Alright. To flip, to make choice. Lucas, this getaway driver, got tangled in the whole organized crime web at an early age. Through debts their brother had incurred. To settle the score, Lucas was forced into working as a driver, although as of late they seem to have been getting their hands dirty, or just not able to escape. It's a downward spiral, just getting in too deep. How many more, like, euphemistic jazz hands can I, like, throw in there? One thing led to another. This gateway work. Never really could escape the debt. When you owe someone like that, it's not really about the money. Though it could certainly be about the money. It could also be about something more, the power. We'll help this to take you out of that spiral. Now we move on to this lumberjack who co-owns a logging company, and you know, sometimes, you know, mistakenly clears protected habitats. contentious, this one. Looks like this one's firmly settled in die, though. Ramped up there. Very well. This comics artist, podcaster, often full of size and irreligion, they host a religion-themed podcast without being a jerk towards the belief of others, a pleasant listen that brings bi-weekly amusement. And they're dedicated to crafting intricate poems in many languages in their free time. Alright. Support continue to pour in for this individual, so be it. We have this editor-in-chief who recklessly digs through the lives of others and uses the paper they've taken over to suppress rumors about themselves. Does he call himself an influencer? I don't know whether they do. Didn't seem that way in the position. Looks like chat room in the face of Fate's orders. You know, we're just trying out new ideas, workshopping them. It's like, eh. Alright, we have this 23-year-old nanny who came to Cosmopolis City to escape their Reconstruction-era home country. A nanny for the somewhat well-off middle class. Decent way with a decent wage. Trying to make ends meet. Perhaps kicking money back to family at home, family and friends. That's right, Fate did check out. Fate's wanted some insubordination, apparently, since we've always been a fastidious rule follower. Right? There you go. And then finally, Agnes, the tax collector. Ensure everyone can enjoy public services, like roads and street lighting, here in Cosmopolis City. That's right. Otherwise, what will Steve Perry sing about? Street lights, people, whoa, whoa. All right. We've calmed the world down some, and our house is now a plasteel monolith. Maybe now that we put out the fire, stop, drop, and roll will be more effective. Looking at this kind of reminds me of, not just, like, the Sandbox of God, but I'm also getting vibes of... Which Rain is it? The one that has you, like, swipe left or right, and then you've got, like, the 4, like, influence meters, and if any of them goes too high or too low, you're out? It's obviously not what this is. I'm just, like, looking at this. Gives me that. Black and white? Alright, 5 people lived, 3 died. Cloud's got shit to say, but first off, how you doing?
Grim, welcome. Remember when I told you of my idea to become an author? I think I have reached a conclusion.
Is this really what my job has come to?
I am sorry. Am I taking up too much of your precious time with my insignificant fancies? Now listen. Truly, I have decided to set myself upon the path of grand artistry. I shall compose a novel most illustrious, one that will explain everything.
Okay, whatever. Can I get back to work?
Now, you must learn to appreciate fine culture. You will receive the first copy once it is finished.
That mayhap be the most emotion I have heard from Fate. Mayhap.
Anyway, we have some official business to take care of, yes? The tedium of profiles. Alas, you have marked fewer deaths than necessary.
It's true.
A reprimand will be noted down. Let not your attention be diverted from the tasks at hand. Be attentive. Now I bid thee goodbye. The inaugural words of the greatest novel of all time will be engraved tonight.
Priorities. Nothing. Piggy. Blinking over the lack of food.
Hey there. What you up to, killer?
What now?
The suffering. How many lives have you taken? Do you even count? Starting to look a bit grim, ain't it? I guess that's already in the name.
Is this for Wrestling Empire?
Grim Reaper.
This for a Wrestling Empire game. I say as I get like a wrestling announcer entrance. I would be asked, like, how many people have you killed? And like given two choices. Grim Reaper. That is what I end up naming myself in video games. You know, it's nice to play a video game where it calls me when I name myself in video games. It's rare that happens. Say it out loud. That's my name. So what? Period. Just so fucking done with this cloud.
Nothing. Believe it's for a good cause, as always. It's not as if life and death are directly in your control. No wonder fate picked you for the crafting pot.
Right. All kinds of vague bullshit. I'm going to bed now. That's right. Do you really take your craft seriously?
Blimey, you're looting all me wares.
All me wares. There's the accursed gourd, it's back. Cactus and the coin we can flip. Too pricey. Having fun up here, Fate? You'll get to work? Seven people! Weeding out bad cops and planting a bright future for our town. An expose on corrupt law enforcement. Climbing the charts, Creed Comrades finally hit 6th place in religion-themed podcast list. Logging company owner dies of sudden heart failure. Leaves entire fortune to leading cancer fund. Can you have a heart attack due to massive guilt? We have the research. Managing editor of the Daily Moon drowns after caught stalking and harassing offspring of local crime boss. Young thug gunned down during a police raid of a suspected mob hideout. Fracking linked to earthquakes, new research confirms. Charity auction to take place in rural Cosmopolis. Bring your friends. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Good for procrastinating and scrolling through Cocker. What's in the box? Looking good, world. Looking strong. Things are trending upward. I will keep this short, Far too many humans are alive after yesterday. I am suspecting a systematic bias in our balancing methodology. The last 3 humans coming from the facts have to die. I'm counting on the accuracy of your judgment. So, question for you, chat. What do you think comes out of the facts first? The one that's on the bottom, right? Which would mean that these 3 are on the top. And so they're on the bottom here, and like in the profile bundle, even though now we're having some other questions about like what's really the bottom of the profile bundle, what's on the top, because that came up earlier, right? Now these are at the top, even though they're oriented lower. Presumably these would be the last 3 faxes that came from the machine. I mean, yeah, I could swap them around. Sure. And it would just depend on whether these... Like, who fanned these out for us, right? When they all just got, like, vomited out from, like, the magical space, like, ether fax machine, right? Alright. Well... Globe was being a bit sticky there, not wanting to be picked up. We'll, just... keep doing things as I have been doing. We'll keep the rules on the board today. We have this oil fracker in the fracking industry for the money, and no cries from environmentalists will make them rethink. They are determined to rise in the career ladder and become the boss of the fracking firm someday. A powerful mustache. We have a student. What are morals? Rudolph is the type of university freshman who has just finished reading a couple of introductory philosophy books. Now can't stop talking about how they Oh, Christ! No! I know this person! I know these people! I was there! The problem with some line like this that you could kill them and they'll keep coming back. There's always more of them. Ugh. And then a bicycle repairman. Repairing bicycles is Poulter's life. They own a bicycle shop, designing custom bicycles and pimping up old rides. Experimental brake modifications and neon light installations are Poulter's specialty. Speciality. Okay. We have Mavis. Grandparent with an estranged grandchild, with whom they seek to reconcile. After retirement, they move to a calm country home where they spend most of their time knitting. They own a marvelous collection of porcelain. Well, that's good intel. Jesse, committed to writing the perfect sermon, are thus oblivious to the turmoil at home. Their spouse is fighting a substance abuse problem, and their children are planning debauched parties. How debauched are we talking here at these parties? Like, debauched as far as this individual's occupation is concerned? Luckily, Jesse just found a new maid with unusual but effective methods for keeping things under control. This cut purse enjoys being a mischievous thief. When not snatching small, largely frivolous items, they sing loudly at every single person they meet. They found this to be the best way of solving problems. Let me take a closer look at your glasses. Those look like full frames. Okay. That's important. And then this dentist claims a dog ate their diploma and everyone just has to believe they're an actual dentist. I'm sorry, what? How do you still have a job? All right, very good. How has Cosmopolis City not resolved the situation? Trusty Ortega's discount dentistry. Yeah. Alright. Or oil frackers up. If you wanted to lean into the dumb humor that this game has been making, you could go like, frack off! Again, if you wanted to lean into the humor this game has been delivering. was thinking about whether I wanted to keep that in the big view. Okay. Rudolph Rudy. What are morals? I've, read the works of Immanuel Kant, brushed up on my Nietzsche, exploring that Freud dude, and I never really realized how much I wanted to fuck my mom. What do you mean that's not an introductory philosophy? Alright, get this, bro. Now I'm transitioning to something else. All we are is dust in the wind, dude. Dust. Wind. Dude. Fuck cycler. Damn. Close one. I've had a close one for a while. I know, experimental brake modifications. That could be good, that could be bad, right? I mean, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. Gotta balance out all the positivity in that globe, right? As the geoscape burns. Alright, looks like another sparing. You are permitted to knit and own porcelain. Mavis. You know? And we almost followed the quota of that, but we did not. So we'll just go ahead and we'll still leave that out. Next up, we have Jesse. You know what? I'm gonna come out and say this. With those ears, this individual, I should say, looks like a wide-faced elf. There, I said it. We could go Nosferatu. Not enough of a shriveled up face. Not as strongly as many of my viewers feel about elves. Just an idle observation, you know? Live vicariously, you know? That would be the kind of humor this game would embody. Joys being a mischievous thief. When not snatching small, largely frivolous items, they sing loudly at every single person they meet. I was thinking about doing, like, some annoying songs, but then I just did them in my head and didn't sing them out loud. Alright. Cut purse is permitted to live. Okay. Bringing some good cheer. Keeping people on their toes. And finally, this Dentist. Accounting the death, this person is me. Again. How do you have gainful employment? How are you not, like, incarcerated? Cosmopolis City has really gone to shit. There we go. Look at that. We smothered the fire. We're working on it. We're working on it. Things are good. They're getting better. Yeah. Go work, chat room.
Grim, why are you here?
What? What? Jesus. It was less than 21 days ago.
Oh, right. The daily... always in positions when I have important research to perform. Let us get on with it.
Yes, let us get on with it.
I see more profiles than required. Bad job, I guess. Yes, that should suffice, I imagine.
Hey, can I ask you some more questions, baby? Chat loves questions.
Questions. Questions, Grim. Fine. I have trouble finding inspiration anyway. Perhaps your questions will assist me. Make sure they are deep and meaningful.
What do you think dying is like?
No idea. Our immortality precludes us from such knowledge. Yet, I imagine it would be a pleasant release.
But what if death is extremely bad and unpleasant?
In that case, at least one only dies once. But more likely, death is just nothingness. And nothing, being nothing, has no inherent positive or negative effects.
You know, this game does seem to be aligned in my portfolio, doesn't it? You know, we're getting a clear portrait of what fate's after, provided fate's not, you know, lying.
Any other questions?
Is there an afterlife?
Not in the sense that humans consider it, no.
What if the afterlife is a dating game where you must charm strange, monstrous gods? You know.
Grim.
Sounds like something my friend Griffin God would say after I asked him. Grim, you what?
That is just stupid.
Do you think mortals have some drive towards death?
Because they seem to find themselves in life-threatening situations all the time?
Something of the like, yes.
Life is unpredictable and lacks an innate meaning. I imagine it is up to them to make their lives
right,
meaningful.
The damn book.
Even if it sometimes ends up being fatal.
Slides up philosophy glasses, there's no need to be fatalistic.
Any other questions?
Can language even deal with the concept of death?
Unlikely.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Art does seem an attempt of immortalization, as humans feel the ever-present breath of death. A hybrid of entertainment, meaning-making, and the preservation of a facet of identity, carved into matter that might outlast the being itself.
Like your writing.
At least until all matter ceases to be.
When's that gonna happen?
Any day now.
That's lowercase d day, not uppercase d day.
Any other questions?
Alright, I got nothing.
Grand. Goodbye, Grim. The muse beckons.
We were not there. Alright. I think the bar opens tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, what does it mean? It surely
You're
doesn't
such
mean
a
that
scoundrel.
Grimmeth was the one
There
that
should be a
meowed.
bounty on your head.
Grim Cape. This dark cape is a classic attire for any grim deeds. It's pleasantly warm while offering protection against wind and rain, which you won't all actually need, as you'll always be stuck at the office. There's a difference between day and day, you know? Thinking about taking a break. We'll go another day. What kind of day? Alright. Phone. A knowing know-it-all dies from their brain becoming far too smart and big for their skull. Damages from fracking deemed to be too excessive, and expensive government vows to shift towards developing better renewable energy sources. Robber found to have an amazing singing voice lands record deal. Tailless singing bandit to be turned into a video game. Teen dies in a freak bicycle accident due to brake malfunction. No, we're getting a lot of news with heart attacks and heart failures. People can die in other ways, like freak bicycle accidents. Cosmopolis City, very much like real life. Help delayed his heart attack construed as a punchline. Hello, Inferno. Taking a break from a new playthrough of King of Dragon Pass as a war clan, fighting beastmen. Come here, to Death and Taxes. Inferno has played this video game before. Today, is our second stream of this. Ostensibly, I'm playing this, but, I've seen it in action. I've not played it for myself before. No backseating or spoilers, and we're having viewers vote. Dino mounts. Hell yeah. Having viewers vote with our Twitch integration. The assignment. I sensed an eldritch waft of air pass through my office earlier. Perhaps the essences of those many doomed to death by our actions, Grim. We could not determine the correct amount of humans to mark today, so I leave it up to you. Any humans who seem suspicious have to die as our quota. Do choose better than yesterday, yes? You can go live down there now. And we'll figure it out as we go. Yeah, the first stream of this, our voting system near the end, broke. You know, those parts, oh no. Ah, shit, I didn't mean to, you know, single click on that, I was dragging. Well, as we've determined, let's not end the vote early. I'll just let it play out. There we go. Good testing. I could have gone on with reading like the bios, the little blurbs. Just leave it alone. We haven't been put in charge of any other departments recently. All right, cool. Die, Fate. That one's for you. I click on the book again. So we have Marianne, a crime scene investigator, makes grievous puns on crime scene. Oh. While making the puns, they usually also slowly remove their sunglasses. This behavior doesn't hinder their professional abilities at all, though often they actually find the biggest clues mid-pun. This golfer loves hitting a tiny ball with a stick, there's no doubt about it. Just whack that tiny ball real hard and see where it lands. Sometimes it even lands where it's supposed to, oftentimes not. It doesn't matter, as Takahiro also loves refreshing walks and searching for things. We have Eric? Not sure how I would pronounce that. Ariyaru, your thoughts? As an avid digital sports enthusiast who works at the office of the Parallax Digital Sports League, they are also a death metal vocalist, passionate about getting the very best out of performance. Ike is certain that speed is the most important thing about an ambulance driver. Relentless speed! Immaculate handling! At work, they braid their hair into a rat tail and have earned the right to wear a custom-made bright orange. Okay, I'm gonna need to read through this again. Ike is certain that speed is the most important thing about an ambulance driver. Relentless speed! Immaculate handling! At work, they braid their hair into a rat tail and have earned the right to wear a custom-made bright orange jumpsuit. Okay? And then Luigi, a revolutionary, a radical, an avant-garde hero of the people, the ultimate underdog, vanguard of change, beloved by all. They love cruising around in their forklift at high speeds, which, considering the forklift, is not very fast. You know what? Cool. Piloting a forklift. Not easy. As some may have you believe, as some training videos may have you believe. I was licensed to drive a forklift. Let's get cracking. I drove a forklift both at when I was a temporary remodel associate at a Walmart for the summer job, and then working at a truss plant. I also was able to take my forklift operating skills there, though it was not something I was called upon to do often. More along the lines of in case it needed to be done due to busyness. You have been spared! Certainly different than a pallet jack. We have this golfer coming up. What was the top? You know what? It's not something that I ever cared to measure. My concerns were more, how do I pilot this forklift into these narrow passageways to deliver what I am hauling without endangering anyone or anything? That said, a forklift could boogie. I don't have like an official speed for you, but it could boogie. Almost like an electronic golf cart. Electric golf cart, I should say. Apparently you're dying. Enjoy. Next up, our community manager. Alright. You may continue to exist. Your death metal. Death metal. Ike, our ambulance driver, who finds speed as the most important thing to have in an ambulance driver. Immaculate handling. Hopefully this ambulance driver doesn't die while, you know, on the job. And then... wow. Yes, as long as corporate HQ is doing well. And our oligopoly. Close vote! Does look like Luigi will be spared. Be some shit if instead of the forklift operator was the actual forklift we were evaluating. When did we get into this department? Mmm. 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 Look at this unrest. Look at these stats we'll know more about in a future playthrough. Now they're all mysteries. Fate's not even in today. As you enter, you notice that Fate's office is empty aside from Lady Poddington snoozing on the table. Oh no, this again. The old-fashioned phone suddenly rings with an ear-piercing metallic clatter. A familiar voice calls from the static.
Aha, Grim. Jolly good. As you may have noticed, I am absent. I decided for a short vacation.
I imagine you've had enough, like, days accrued. This year. Of days. Must be easy when, you know, you haven't just been created. Have a secure position.
It is a weekend, after all, and the free time will be essential for research. For the novel, yes?
Fine by me, I just need a daily review.
But what of the conduct overview, you may be thinking? To be honest, I cannot be bothered at the moment. I am certain you have done well enough.
Is this good? Is this good?
Now, I must go submerge myself. Toodles, Grim.
Toodles. Fate. New friends.
Look at that. It's a hatchling. I guess they let all sorts work here nowadays. The assemblage must be decaying. Yet one must welcome the dregs, one must. What brings you to Florian, the Eradicator?
You sound like a pompous ass.
My, the fangs on this one. Maybe you'll finally be the one who doesn't turn out to be a pushover. Don't imagine I'll take you under my wing, though. I don't need an oblivious apprentice who can't figure out which end of the marker to use.
Like, I get the whole, like, wing thing. Sort of like a bird joke, even though it doesn't look like you have any fucking wings. I mean, maybe they're hidden on your back. What the fuck do I know, right?
Still, fate expects us to be polite to one's colleagues because it advances synergy and improves long-term morale. I suppose I must then do my best to enlighten you on whatever matters are bothering you today.
You know, I've largely adhered to Chant's fun of asking questions. We're taking the wheel on this one. You must really like the sound of your own voice.
A delightful experience, if I do say so myself. One always has to talk to the smartest person in the room. Isn't that what they say? Try to keep your ears open. You might actually learn something about the profession. I am the best and brightest of the bunch. When I aim for the jugular, I do not miss. With blood and guts, I will paint my magnum opus on the canvas of cosmos.
What are you even talking about?
All flesh is temporary.
Oh.
We here provide the herd with an escape from their meat prison.
Okay, I've heard this argument before. Okay.
It is called salvation, or at least the closest thing they'll ever get.
What does Fate think about your grand ideas?
I don't get to meet the boss often, surprising as that may be. Fate doesn't chat with Reapers all the time. In the order of things, we are beneath him, as the humans are beneath us.
Yet Fate has well, you know, we are new. Fate did just create us.
I just make sure to enjoy every slash and stab. Take pride in a successful exit. For that is what we are born to do. Yes, we Deathbringers all have to die.
Do I care? Like, I didn't care about the cloud, but I chose to play along with that. Alright, what is stopping you from marking everyone?
Unthinkable. You mean to suggest I go against Fate's rules and kill more people? A lot more. All of them. I mean, it'd be amazing. Yeah. A glorious day. But, such fantasy. I can bide my time until their atrophy.
I'm leaving. Can't say it was a pleasure talking to you.
Ciao, little hatchling. Lessons learned, off you go.
We just started that conversation off abrasive and remained there. Howdy.
Whoa there, stranger. Almost blinded me with that shiny skull of yours. I don't think I've seen you here before. Let me guess. You're in the... human department, right? I mean, the dark circles, the vibe like you haven't slept for 1,000 years.
That obvious, huh?
It is. At least for me. For, you see, I'm also in the human department.
How do you like it here?
Work is work, I guess.
You know, I get you.
So, I figure you've been here a while by now. How do you feel about the work we do?
Work is work.
Right? I've heard some spawns complain about insane working hours, but they spend all day on their phones. Doom scrolling on Cocker or whatever that dumb app is called. I haven't opened it in years.
You haven't missed much.
Thought so. I mean, the instructions are the same every day anyway. Kill all door-to-door salespeople. And what do I see in the app? The door-to-door salespeople died. Great! So very engaging. And that's followed by the stories of downright horrible things happening everywhere. No thanks.
You know, I get different instructions every day.
Congratulations?
Ever thought of asking Fate about your never-changing instructions?
I've seen the boss, like, once. Not gonna happen. I bet it's all part of Fate's grandiose plan. The equilibrium. And who am I? A mere spawn to question it.
Right. My choices affect the world all the time.
Do they, though? Do they really? Or is it an illusion?
Okay, so I thought I was going to be moving on from this with the first prompt, and now I see that we are now picking this prompt after all the other prompts.
I just do what fate tells me to. The decisions are not mine to make.
Life without decisions. That's the dream.
I mean, a little variety couldn't hurt. But all in all, I guess it's pretty nice. Can't really complain.
I think it's time you start making your... What the hell? No. No. Good luck with whatever you're doing. There we go.
Thanks for the chat, stranger.
What the fuck? I'm gonna immediately tell you, like, what the hell you're supposed to be doing with your life? How does that make me any better than everyone who's told me what the hell I'm supposed to do with my life?
Anyway, I'm off to sleep. See you later. Probably not, though.
Probably not.
Why, if it isn't the young Grimster. Back again to delight my eye. Oh, so 3 weeks down already. That's quite an achievement. Say, how's the grind been treating you since our last chat?
Mostly I'm confused.
About what? Your tasks? I thought it was all, here's your quota, and do as I say, from fate. Marking things day in, day out? Simple stuff? Doesn't sound something I'd be enthused about. I mean, it demands too much blind trust.
Sometimes the tasks get a bit confusing.
Like there's a tinge of arbitrary design in the darkness. Heckin' scary.
Speaking as someone who understands arbitrary,
One ought to heat instincts in collaboration with reason. Sounds twice as powerful to me, yeah? But what do I know? I'm just the barkeep. So what can I get you?
any thoughts on this individual named Florian? You know? The Eradicator?
That one? Heck. What can I say that you won't glean on your own? They try to act all suave on the surface, but truth be told, they're a proper jerk. At least when it comes to the job. Can't say I trust their judgment too much.
Thanks for the tip.
Nothing to it. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't often disparage patrons of the den. We have here a shared experience. Here's to hoping they won't cause some sort of a major blunder.
Yeah, here's to it.
What else you got in mind?
Like a drink.
Sure, what's your poison?
I haven't had the usual. I also haven't had milk. I think the usual would be the drink that was initially prepared for me after the personality test.
One borehole coming right up.
The borehole tastes as before, smooth rolling waves, harmonious interplays, and places of alabaster. Feels a bit less special this time around, although it's still delectable. I'll be going
Au
now.
revoir, Lil Reaper.
Little Reaper! I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Wink. Poke in my head, and I was curious to see what my funds were. We shall end the day. Fate's not in the office, taking a vacation. What we got for sale today?
Doubloons will get ye anything, matey.
Matey. The calendar is on sale. We are on day 21. Fairly confident of that. Looking good. Looking good. Ambulance gets broadsided by a truck, 1 dead, 7 injured. Golfer suffers fatal head trauma at a golf course. Famous investigator comes out with a pun so horrendous suspect actually gets a heart attack. Parents beware, death metal artist may be trying to summon demons, or daemons if you prefer. Will superstar racer Miguel Sock bring home another trophy at Cosmopolis City? Fighting game developers Toolshed announced new league for upcoming Grand Reaper 5. Grand Reaper V Reaper. Your attention is required. I have been informed of a delicate situation. I trust that you will handle it as usual. Quota for the day. 5 humans have to die. 4... It says 1. That wouldn't make sense if 4 humans must be spared. Then again, some of these instructions haven't made sense. 5 humans have to die. 1 human must be spared. This is of utmost importance. Do be careful to let the right person live. Do what you do best. Fate. Great. Thanks. We will take this advice into consideration, boss. Martin, the sailor, loves huge battleships. The bigger the better. What do huge battleships have? Huge guns. Martin also loves those. Martin loves so many things about working on a Nora's battleship they can't even verbalize all of them. We've got Raiko, this digital athlete. A father of 6 has won the championship title for Grand Reaper 8 times, making the prevailing world best at said fighting game. After retiring due to age, they have pivoted towards tournament commentary and coaching new players. Due to age, huh? Don Fierino, a mobster, tries to model themselves out of the old mafia novels and films without realizing their stories are made up by authors who had no connection to or understanding of organized crime. Soon enough, they'll realize there are no honor codes and family bonds. Crime is just crime. Getting a lot of commentary here from our facts. Manuel, history teacher. What is history anyway? Collection of stories made up by those who have access to power, even then it's full of mistakes and errors. That is why Emmanuel has grown ever more interested in teaching alternate theories to their students. Samuel, the editor. We need to stack these a bit. Or, you know, put them down on the board like this. Samuel is an editor with a tragic past, one they've always kept to themselves. Every day it gnaws at them, causing intense sorrow that can never be alleviated. To numb it all, they have become addicted to painkillers, which often causes them to hallucinate mythological things. And then we have Miguel Salk, the theoretical beekeeper, race car driver. Miguel has always dreamed of becoming a beekeeper, but for some reason, perhaps due to a fear of sharp objects, has never pursued their true passion. This in turn has led them to becoming a very successful race car driver, an occupation they unfortunately hate. They'd rather just live quietly with their bees. Okay. Well, there's your 6 to think about. I'm going on break. Stretch. Get something to drink. Partake in medication. When I return, we'll get see whether we get about meeting this quota. Whether the correct human is spared. Although, if fate's mailing it in, we'll see. I shall return. Chat room, are you being irresponsible? Can't trust you all alone. What the fuck? I'm just about back. I finished putting on my compression braces. Could be good to go for another couple hours. See if I can finish up the 28 days. Days have been passing slower on average due to the increased number of profiles compared to the first 14. All right. Another sip of water. See how my piloting skills do with reading papers and tallying votes. I don't really even have to tally that much. Low stress. Okay. 5 humans have to die. 1 human must be spared. Do be careful to let the right person live. Oh, fuck. Just close the fucking game. Just close the fucking game. Just close it. Just fucking close it. Didn't mean to open that, meant to move it. Just close the game. Not playing around. Howdy, howdy, welcome in. No, I'd save the, like, where I put the paper. How about that? Neat. Lamp is... Lamp. Lamp. Fascinating. Lamp, I'm gonna need you to not do that, okay? Alright. Gonna move the book. Hopefully the voting system's not broken. Let's get cracking. This globe needs to balance on our plaque. Martin, how we feel about this sailor? Who loves huge battleships and works on an enormous battleship. Huge guns. Yeah, that piggy bank actually has smaller, like 2 smaller banks. Yes. Has children. Child banks. Alright. Martin will perish. Alright. We've got our digital athlete here. Yeah, our money used to be just like spare change, like coins, or doubloons, but they, we had them not in the desk, they would make noise. Now that we can't see our money to fiddle around with, but, you know, it's different. Okay. A close vote. There we go. More towards sparing. You've got to spare! Spare! So be it. Move it along. We have Dawn here. Not to be confused with Adon. Vote now. If we wish to follow the quota, everyone else have to die. Or 1 human has been spared. Whether we choose to follow the quota is up to chat. Alright. Now we have Emmanuel Snow. What is history anyway? A collection of stories made up by those who have access to power, and even then it's full of mistakes and errors. That is why Emmanuel has grown ever more interested in teaching alternate theories to students. Don't mind me, chat room. And this is the first time I have voted on one of these options. Except for the 50-50 I was given. So, like, as someone, a long student of history, a cardboard box major, a collection of stories made up by those who have access to power, and even though it's full of mistakes and errors, I fully understand that sentiment. Yeah? I get that one. I get you. I don't agree with it, but I see where it's coming from. The alternate theories of their students? I don't know where the fuck to go with that. What could that mean, right? Not approved by the Board of Education? Like, where are we going with that? That one's too vague. I've had too much time in the classroom, too much time with students. Too much time with education classes and coursework overall. Moving along. Sam. Like, I basically feel about that as I feel about soft narcotics. I just don't know where to go with that. Similarly. Okay. Looks like Chant wishes to alleviate Sam's sorrow here. And finally, Miguel, who's always dreamt of becoming a beekeeper, but it remains theoretical, perhaps due to a fear of sharp objects. So they become a very successful race car driver, but they hate becoming a very successful race car driver. Close. We are sparing 2 today. May you find your peace in what you really wish to do in life. The quota has been defied. How we looking? Oh? Oh? I mean, the people are still on fire. I'll figure it out. We're clocking out now. How we feeling, boss, who's still on vacation? As you look around the office, you see Lady Poddington lounging on the table. Is that what we call that? Lounging? Just sprawled out? Not a care in the world? Speaking of recently, the cat in my household has taken to, has been given more freedom and mobility, and, fueled by catnip, has taken to playing things, left on my bathroom counter I found safe, like my water pick. You know, that I use to, like, floss my teeth. And so I'm having to keep those things sequestered in drawers that I thought was perfectly fine to leave out. Totally appropriate. But, then a cat was like, You see what this is? Cotter just fucking like lobbing the water pick up into the fucking air, just batting it around in my bathroom. Like, what are you doing? You know how valuable that is? I say fueled by catnip, but really just like any sort of tool at all. The old-fashioned phone again rings right as you settle in. The familiar grainy voice can be heard.
Grim, you would not believe the fun I am having. Such a transformation from the monotony of the office. It almost makes it all seem worthwhile.
Grim, what if I never had to come back into work?
Yes, you expect your daily summary, but I still cannot find it in me to burden myself with this matter. So, off you go.
Chat, we didn't get paid. He's not even paying attention and we still didn't get paid.
I dreamt the bags of sickly meat and brittle bone ceased to exist, collapsed into a pile of bone meal and bubbling innards juice. From the mulch rose a new, better human being, much more capable of living, unburdened by weak, spindly ligaments and fragile respiratory systems.
That cat would have been released back into the wild after all of its kittens have been adopted. But I did not have the superior vote in the household. And there are some hills worth dying on, and that was not the choice to spend my household capital. Now the cat has become increasingly institutionalized, and it's playing with my water pick! Okay, I've seen it too, yeah.
Obviously. It's an image that raises more questions than it solves.
Yes, I see dollars.
Imagine a golden
Corporate
trim
growth.
to a rotten shack.
These mad ramblings aren't helping me at all. Maybe that's your intent, not to help.
We're not here to help, but to reflect. Be seeing you.
I only continue to come in here for viewers. I certainly do not change my outfit. How could one perfect upon this? Barkeep?
Welcome back, Grimmy. Always a pleasure to see you around. We here got another quiet Sunday on our hands, though. No action at all.
Like a drink.
What's your poison?
Give me the heat death of the universe iced coffee. Haven't had it yet.
Guaranteed to keep you energized until the last ever star in the universe blinks out of existence.
The sweet and icy overtones of the mixture block out the bitter, earthy taste of coffee. Be honest, coffee really does taste like dirt. I'm not someone who enjoys coffee, so, doesn't strike me. Yet as the frozen cubes clink against your teeth, this whole endeavor feels distinguished and hip at the same time, just like the end of the universe.
Sure, what's your poison?
Does corporate growth care about anything other than money? Building a community. Outreach. Milk, please.
Going straight edge. I get where you're coming from.
It tastes like milk. Very good. I'll be going now.
Au revoir, Lil Reaper.
We've had everything we've seen on the menu thus far. Of course, we had a unique drink assigned to us. Who knows what other crazy drinks there might be, though. As I noticed, if you don't have enough money, a drink isn't on the list. I don't think I'm buying anything else from the store this run. Any other money I get will be saved for potential alcohol at the end of the final week. That's right. Au revoir, Lil Reaper. Au revoir. I got Boku Culture here, welcoming you all to Let's Get On With It Live. It's okay, I'm a South Carolinian, I am permitted to talk like this. Do not misappropriate my culture. Seen worse days. Seen better. Today is simple. It is as if a great calmness has enveloped the world. I do not see the need for many deaths for today. 2 humans have to die. 2 discoveries await fate. Okay. 2 out of 4. The great philosopher Meatloaf once said 2 out of 4 ain't bad. Grim, if he said 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Alright. We've got, Father Gilroy here. Tried to be a stalwart guide to the spiritually lost for over 40 years. They've always been open-minded towards philosophical criticisms. Now in their old age are growing doubtful about religion in general. They're also suspicious of the fundamentalist dogma that's been slowly creeping into theology. Fundamentalist... Slowly! Right, this is Cosmopolis City. Who knows what strictures they live by? Slowly! An aerodynamics engineer. Very much into renewable energy, has been trying to figure out new experimental ways of making power generation more efficient. They also love flying kites and playing with their dog. Maybe this retains, like, wallpaper. We'll read the phone once I'm done with these. A corrupt CEO. Your position is a corrupt CEO. We're just... The fax machine's just opening with it. Albert is an incredible human being, as in never in all history has there been anyone who has destroyed so many humans and social systems with such nihilism and greed. They will stop at nothing in their quest to squeeze out any short-term profit. Henry. Looking at the glasses. Okay. Henry is a devoted member of their church with a weakness for pastries and crime novels. Ever since reading a book about crafty monks at a secluded monastery, they have dreamt of saving their family using fancy deductive abilities. Little do they know, this exact opportunity will soon present... What are you doing, Fax Machine? Fax Machine is taking some cavalier liberties here. Unfortunate given the name there. It's fine. Change your music. Superstar wins yet another Grand Tourney trophy. Still hates racing. Racing is super dumb, they say during the post-victory interview. Unidentified body found in a lake, accidental drowning presumed. Body of a teacher found in a ravine after they went out to search for the existence of extraterrestrial life. Crime boss gunned down on the street by rival mobsters escalates turf war. That might as well be like the meme of the History Channel thing about, you know, the wild-eyed, you know, like wild-haired individual hands out fucking aliens, or insert thing here. What are digital athletes of yesteryear up to these days? Button mashing not a valid tactic, study finds. Young sailors shoot self out of a huge cannon. Were they not blown completely to bits, you'd have seen their enormous smile. What a way to go. Go out doing what you love. Cool. 2 humans gotta die. Short day. Up here, with Rasa, who is suspicious of the fundamentalist dogma slowly creeping into theology. You know, it could be a new religion, like, built around, like, wallpaper. We learned about that days ago. New discoveries await. Alright. Looks like, Gilroy here will be spared. So the negatives vanished from over... No. That's dumb. They just faded. Yeah, it's fine. Just needed to jostle a little bit. Give it a good jostle. Good tumble. It's good to be the king. Now we have our aerodynamics engineer. Very much in renewable energy. Has been trying to figure out new experimental ways of making power generation more efficient. They also love flying kites and playing with their dog. Hmm. 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 Right, who would care for the dog? We won't have to answer that question, chat room. Now we have our occupation. Corrupt CEO. Look at that face. What a dental plan. Massive dividends. Here in Cosmopolis City. Chad ain't here for it today. You know, individuals have thin lips. Lips, like other body parts, come in an assortment of shapes and flavors. And then Henry, the cleric. Henry is a devoted member of their church with a weakness for pastries and crime novels. Ever since reading a book about crafty monks at a secluded monastery, they have dreamt of saving their family using fancy deductive abilities. Little do they know, this exact opportunity will present itself. Yeah, it's like, tell me more. With death. That's right, I said flavors. Have you never tasted lips before? What part of my statement did you not understand? Alright. Well, Henry, you're out of here. 2 deaths, 2 lives. Looking good up there. If something happens, you don't meet quota, you don't get paid. What do we spend money on? Some of the knickknacks we've seen at our table. We spend money in the weekends in the bar. And where we buy the knickknacks is at the shop.
Ho! What can old Mortimer provide you with today?
Like this erase a decision one time. You get like a calendar, our radio, our snow globe, a lamp that I put in the desk drawer because that's for future playthroughs. These cat ears. Can't afford the cat ears. Well, you know what, chat room? I could once I get my daily pay, but I can't change this outfit.
Grim?
Oh, you're back.
I am. Now, let us not waste time and get on with it.
Yes, get on with it! Almost redeems all of the dumb shit you've done to us over the past 2 broadcasts, and your choice in eyewear.
Right. I see the exact amount of profiles requested. At least someone seems to be up to their task.
Uh-oh.
Oh, whatever.
It's none of my business, so I won't ask anything.
Go away, Grim.
With pleasure. I'm not getting paid to be your fucking therapist. That's right, cat ears. A pair of cat ears would look really nice on me and inspire all the felines of the world. Just don't talk or even think about the film adaptation of the movie. But I need that money for booze. I'm not changing my clothes. What are you, nuts? Otherwise, we might never get paid again. Are you, there you go. Walk back in bounds, please. That's important. It's a lot of profiles. So the people are still on fire. Tree's doing alright. Still a hellscape there. You know, we had a gray world when we initially got the snow globe, and it's Just one pathogen junior researcher later. You might like your swing back. And a unique development, yeah, makes sense. In wind turbine design found, increases energy production while lowering costs. Infamous CEO sails their enormous yacht directly into a beach, found impaled on a... Okay, yeah. When I think beaches, I don't immediately think trees. Though you could. When I do live in South Carolina, and some do come to mind. Okay. Okay, I mean, there could be a tree on their super yacht, right? Huh? Serial killer has claimed the lives of 2 priests so far. Research into drone warfare shows it's close to useless and woefully error-prone. Really? Huh. Scientists discover new strain of super tuberculosis. Ah, super consumption. Ultra consumption. Doing alright in here? There you go. Get back in there. Get back in there. Okay. My modest excuses, Grim. Right, the situation is that everything got all jumbled up in our fax delivery system. You should listen to your gut today. Your gut, yes. Because you are you know, a skeleton. Quota for the day, go with the flow. You mean like progressive flow? Okay. Good quota. What if you just went into work today and your boss was like, yeah, your objectives are, just see what happens. Figure it out. For some people that might be like, fuck yeah, finally. For others it might be like, what do you mean? Depends on the person and the supervisor and the occupation, really. I presume we had more money accrued. As the pig expands, you know, shunts off weight towards, maybe pay. That way you could hold all the currency. So, yeah, guess I'll keep this up. Go with the flow, chat room. That was a forklift up. No shit, right? Just... Drone pilot. After enlisting, they decided to focus on the new and popular high-tech approach of drones because their experience with controllers, as it felt safer and less traumatizing. They're hoping to make the world a better and safer place. Stone cutter. Cuts and carves stone blocks out of stone at the local quarry. That's basically it. There's very little else going on in their lives. Their dream is to visit some of the highest mountains in the world and maybe cut a tiny chunk of stone out of those, too. Okay. Probably reasonable. Depends whether that's a load-bearing stone. Billy, the bureaucrat. That's a powerful chin. My lord, man, what a chin! You asked Billy if there was anything better than insanely complicated paperwork, they'd say no. The best part of their day is annulling applications because of missing signatures in obscure locations. Ah. So what a chin. Nikolai isn't going to work anymore, ever. They really don't have to, because once upon a time they stole a ton of money in a heist, then hid the money, and then all their heist partners died due to more or less mysterious causes. Christopher, biology student, extremely interested in reggae music and botany. He recently got married and moved to Cosmopolis City with their spouse in order to dedicate themselves to study and work. Okay. No one truly knows how the fall from grace of this morgue assistant began. Once upon, they lived a heroic life, so it is said, but such grand deeds are now a thing of the past. These days, they work as a post-middle-aged assistant at a morgue. Okay. It's a relatively valueless blurb. As a microbiologist, a grad student in a microbiology lab where their research is focused on studying tuberculosis. They edit the tuberculosis genome to see how changes affect the bacteria. They dream of working in a facility that has proper ventilation, unlike their current lab. this student here, a true student for life, a dilettante of the highest order. Christie has no intention of stopping their intense learning process. In fact, they might be on the verge of a massively important breakthrough. They never have to pay student loans if you just remain a research university all the time. Like, yeah, those will never come up. You know, my mom's physician is 65. She's going to be retiring in 5 years. And this year, she just finished paying off her student loans. Just thought I'd throw that in there. Brian Chu, retired. Brian lived an exciting and joyous life up until retirement, and everything started going downhill. Life became rough, sad, and lonely. Their friends and family are all gone, their pets died, nothing seems to be going right at all, and yet they keep living. I paid my off, but, you know, had to make room for other debt. Perhaps if I had been wiser, though, I would have continued to string those payments along to build up credit score. Not like it'll matter with the nuclear. Oh my goodness, it's happened. All right, we're gonna stop the derailment. I'm going to pick up the metaphysical train. We're gonna put it back on the track. I apologize. We will continue with our escapism right now. Well, this drone pilot. It's the newly released video game. Of course. I've enjoyed this experience thus far. The humor of the game has hit with me for the most part. Mildly resentful of some of the puns I've seen, but you know, doesn't have to be endearing to me. Stonecutter. Democracy's been intact today. Never mind those negatives up there in the snow globe right now. Committing to not ending votes early has appeared to work, though correlation does not equal causation, right? Jazz hands. Just going with the flow here. Well, it's pretty solid. There we go, some plus symbols up there. Our corporate HQ. Billy the bureaucrat right here. Probably a second run, for sure, where you just pick the opposite of everything that you did pick. Although, Fate's messaging has changed due to, like, you killing, like, too many or too few people. That seems to certainly weigh on things. So, you do your best, right? Then your lamp could tell you, like, what the positive and negative ramifications were of every individual thing, so long as you'd made both choices on them. Then you could try to go from there, like pursuing the path of endings. Yeah, that is a chin too mighty for bureaucracy. Not sanctioned or licensed for that chin. I received this game for free 2 years back from Itch.io's Grand Bundle. They currently have one ongoing now, which you could pick up this game if you don't already have it on there, along with a slew of things. There have been some overlap with the various things. And some new stuff too, and there's sorting tools to help navigate through those things. You don't get overwhelmed. And you can choose what you even put in your library so that you're not overwhelmed by a bunch of new shit in your library. Just going with the flow here. Whoosh. I mean, this blurb does not help me make an informed choice about, like, what Christopher could bring to the table here. Thankfully, I don't have to make a choice. We've only been 50-50 one time. That wasn't today. The morgue assistant here, who had a fall from grace. Once they they lived a heroic life. That's just tripping me up. So it is said. Like that folklore when so it is said. So it was written. Good thing our missionaries came and seeded that stuff in those outs for us to exploit amongst the Fremen. Woo! Close. Glad I bought the glove. Now we sort of get a bird's eye view of, you know, choices. Whether you think those are good or bad kind of depends on just what you're looking for, right? That's right, Gyros. What bounty indeed. I'm gonna try to finish up this video game. We got several more days left, as far as I'm aware. The Plus Disc! An extra 28 days of content! Alright. Hopefully that doesn't make super tuberculosis. La 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 la. What the hell? This damn dialogue back down here. Alright. Now we have our true student for life, our dilettante. Got another senior thesis coming up here. My senior thesis covered the failure of the Equal Rights Amendment. Broadly across the United States, but really lasered on the state of South Carolina. Alright, die. No more. And then finally, Brian. That's right. Saving them from the eventual debts. Depending on whether those were federal or non-federal loans, especially with how long they may have been in school, it'd be rude to assume based on the age. Who may not even been in school like the entire time, could have been like in and out. Like, could just be paying the interest on those. Might have gotten like some deference or forbearance. Hard to say. I don't know Cosmopolis city economics. Alright, Brian Chu. You will no longer keep living. Alright, that's all 9 done. Looks like the peace flag that was, like, right down there has been set on fire again. The people are still on fire and have been for several days. The tree is, you know, there. This delightful gleaming building. Anywho. We went with the flow, I guess.
Grim, welcome. You know, pursuing my art has
Proper
given
noun.
me insights. I have been thinking of humanity, of mortality, their importance, worth, and meaning.
Alright, I'll play along. What's the result so far?
A disarray of thoughts. Listen, is death really such a bad thing? It would be better for everyone. In fact, do these humans even truly exist? Their ephemeral being leads to no relevant outcome.
This game has done a solid job of Fate's attitude being foreshadowed.
It is all transient, no matter what they do or achieve in life.
Go on, I'll hear you out.
They exist in a state of hubris and arrogance, considering them the center of the universe. Yet without them, the sun still sets and rises. Stars explode, galaxies form, or get torn apart. There are departments even for these events.
Yes, the people have not been on fire before.
Humans are not the be-all, end-all pinnacle of creation. They are small and insignificant, yet full of themselves. The grandeur of everything will not get superseded by specks of nothing.
Go on.
It matters not how they live through their subjective experiences, millions upon billions of them, everyone considering themselves unique.
Can't mark two options on the paper. Hold on.
And technically they are, I suppose, on a minor scale, yet also exceedingly similar.
That would be the true rebellion.
Copying each other, living through similar events with similar basic reactions. While the universe is full of endless wonders they cannot and will not even experience or perceive, ever.
But we could help them experience these things.
But why? What would that change? Their presence is not even necessary to validate these events outside their subjective experience or understanding. Do you know the saying, Grim? If a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it...
I'm not liking either of my options here.
Good, yes. Imagine that. Life reduced only to some human vicinity.
I thought he was gonna, like go aha on me.
The ultimate height of arrogance ingrained in them. To imagine their presence to be paramount. The tree does not only sound, it has been sounding a long time. It has grown without anyone present. It has lived a life.
Look, I would have walked out of this room, like, 2 minutes ago, but I'm humoring this for chat.
None of this requires humanity to be there to bear witness.
To be honest, I'm mostly here for the work. And a ritual created me, so I kinda, yeah.
You wish for a daily performance review instead of a thoughtful discussion?
Yes.
Fine, let me gather the files. I certainly put them somewhere. Here. Oh, yes, you absolutely did everything correct today. Such meticulous profile work. Happy?
Soft moan. I was gonna think not really, but that really does. Oh.
Sometimes I do not comprehend you at all. Well, that concludes our meeting. Good night, Grim.
Good.
Is your hand tired? Are your fingers getting stiff?
No?
You've been clicking around for quite a while.
I've had breaks. I mean, I'm wearing compression braces. My hands have incurred damage over the years for matters which do not pertain to this video game. Thank you for your concern. I appreciate your misguided attempt at affection.
Ah, you have the fortitude to keep on with the grind until the very end. Must be why fate chose you instead of all the other candidates. Lost souls.
This is really how I feel. Thanks for caring.
No problem. It wasn't that easy getting you here. To the office, where you belong.
Do you speak in larger fonts? I ain't asking for much.
Mighty, 'tis an utmost pleasure to see you again.
The academic visage. Wicked smart. Way smarter than the boss, you know. But... no. Can I get direct deposit on my pay? Thanks. You know, there are folks who don't meet daily with fate. I can't say I've
If
really
I ever
met daily
return to the
with fate.
seas, I'd have ye on me crew anytime.
There's our Face of the Great Old One laying there. Along with the Minsk and the Coin of Fate. We're not here to change clothes. There's no thoughts or consideration. Looking good? What even is a day? Lowercase or uppercase day? It matters. Leaving the music on. Panic arises as new super tuberculosis escapes lab. Doctors believe elders to be most susceptible. Medical worker escapes sudden death by mysterious means. Student hit by a train while crossing train tracks absent-mindedly. Zombie flicks as popular as ever. Check out Blam Blam 6-2. Blam Blam 6 the second in cinemas today. Newfound virus threatens to sweep every continent. That's good. Important. Grim, how do I put this? There is a nigh invulnerable virus ravaging everyone on the planet. Meanwhile, you know what to do. 4 humans have to die. Keep up the good work. Fate. Alright, nigh invulnerable virus. That sounds good. Jake got employed as self-prescribed chemist, loves to create new interesting recipes in their kitchen. Jake's latest work involves mixing opioids and uppers. They also enjoy showcasing their new inventions at the local club scene. Okay. This radiologist works long shifts at the local hospital, giving both MRT and CT scans. They can handle even the most difficult patients, take great care to do the job correctly. Looks at his left arm, frowns, nods, and have been chosen as the radiologist of the month many times. 29 and doing all that. All right. Ruben, an unemployed lab rat. Ruben is currently in between jobs and is actively looking for employment. They are enamored by zombie horror films and go to the cinema almost compulsively. They earn most of their living currently by taking part in medical human trials. Okay. Howdy, howdy. Retired just a few years ago after they felt they had saved enough money to live comfortably. Their holiday plans were put on hold due to the recent outbreak of super tuberculosis. Yes. All their life, they have made it their personal mission about caring for those who cannot care for themselves. In addition to their hospital job, they also volunteer at various communal centers. They rent a small apartment in the suburbs with their brother and live a quiet and happy life. So, Fate seems pretty whatever about this, and, you know, in exploring our dialogue with him yesterday, as I chose to do, Fate is like, you know, what if this just all fucking ended? Well, it sounds like we'd be out of a job if we no longer had humans to manage. Corporate downsizing would hit us, and since they created us, I don't know about our future. Whether that matters to you, I couldn't say. Reminds me of a Twisted Metal ending where Mr. Grimm had like a soul addiction and wanted to devour. And so wins, asks Calypso, more souls, and just goes on this delightful, like, glorious binge for like 2 weeks or so as humans go on a fucking rampage. But then humanity fucking dies, and then he has no more souls to feed his soul addiction. I am Calypso, and I thank you very much for playing Twisted Metal. Right, anyway. Jake. Chat's not into the club scene here. Mixing opioids and uppers, you can't do that. Soft narcotics only. Dare officer wields the briefcase menacingly at the chat room. Here's our radiologist. Looks like that had a positive effect upon the burning people up there. Trying to douse the flames of love. It's a shame there's so few songs available in the video game. As good as this one is. I suppose the game does lend itself towards having your own music while you make choices. And then maybe with like successive playthroughs, you just make your choices quicker. Alright, Ruben. Earns most of their living currently by taking part in medical human trials. Gotta make ends meet, but I've seen a number of video games that have, and stories where a character is taking part in medical human trials. Grimace rotates, looks at the night beyond his window, thinks of flowers for Algernon. Though that wasn't not quite a one-to-one comparison. Well, took one for the team, Ruben. That's right, youngster, right? Chat cares about following quota. The other two people, this one and the other one, have to die. I have no skin. Oh, you get back here. I have no skin in the game. So, whatever it is you pick. I'm just looking at the globe, man. Just looking at the globe. Pass your savings on. Then finally, this nurse, who's done so much for the community, has cared so deeply. During this time of crisis, chat couldn't really kill. Could it? Would it? That's good thinking on you, chat room. Was it good thinking on you, chat room? Well, that's our work done. How's it going, boss?
Ah, the beginning. It has the sweet taste of deliverance. Every blade of grass, every ray of light. It is a captivating day, is it not, Grim? No.
I guess?
I know so, Grim. Never before have I experienced such certainty. My high spirits leave me at a loss for words.
Great.
Not much else to say. Go on, get back to work. I trust you to make the correct choices. I, myself, must concentrate. The muses have struck me. They beckon. Work to be done while there is still time.
We didn't get paid, chat room, but I don't think that comes as any surprise, given that we did not vote for today. Quickly poke our heads in there. We still got a grand. All right, tomorrow. Beyond our gleaming metropolis, we see, you know, everything. Buy the game? Okay. Neat. Enjoy your own explorations. What ho! The virus does not seem to be fatal on its own, but it seems to make people terribly aggressive towards each other. A true apocalypse. 6 humans have to die. Steel yourself. Fate. Crazed volunteer turns violent in retirement home is nowhere safe anymore. Young people in latest antiviral medicine trial warned of severe risks as one dead from complications. New CT scan machine design proposed by prominent radiologist enters prototype stage exciting. Super tuberculosis death toll rising. Television preacher calls upon the end times as deadly virus officially announced as pandemic. Latest research, several local gambling dens run by radical criminal organizations. I had not suspected our light-hearted, well, not light-hearted, but you know, our 2D short narrative-based game would take this path. Had I known that we would be going in super tuberculosis, you know, I have been, there is a video game that I was asked to, review. It was by the same creator of Silk Road, like a viewer of the channel, and it focuses on like times during the Black Death. And I was like, the concept sounds interesting, but I just can't. Like right now, I'm not. Hard pass. I'm good, thanks. If you are looking to pick up this game and perhaps others, as I mentioned earlier in this broadcast, and you're fine with itch.io. They've got a huge bundle going on right now this year, as they have in the prior 2 years. This one's for pertaining to what's going on in Ukraine, and I think it's $10 US, and you can get this game be DRM free, along with a slew of other things, both video game and like role-playing wise and art asset wise. Super consumption. All right. Well. 6 humans have to die out of our 7. See where the road takes us. We got a grand saved up. What else do we have to buy? Outfits? Please. Ludo fell into hard times. They tried their best to claw back into society but failed. Recently they've been going to job interviews again as the market is looking for fresh recruits after a series of sudden outbreaks of disease. Griffith nods. They work at the Cosmopolis Center of Biomedicine, a research hospital which, in addition to patient healthcare, also analyzes many rare and dangerous toxins and substances in their high-security wing. They're also a fan of gambling and have lately accrued many debts. Okay. People who are doing good work can have flaws. People who are doing bad work can have virtues. Jackie, televangelist, has been devout ever since their faith saved them from wicked criminal ways. They've since moved to legal ways of amassing a wide group of followers and fortune as a televangelist. Freddy has been homeless for a long time ever since they escaped their abusive home. They have always felt like keeping on the move. Now they're settling down until they found poetry. Now they go to all local culture and charity events. Okay. It's good. It's time with super tuberculosis. Lenny, notorious filmmaker made famous by the Blam Blam 6 series. Lenny is enjoying their fame and fortune on private resort. They feel like they are really touching people with their work and consider expanding the series into a franchise of its own. Look at this fucking face right here. My God. That is power. And that is sleaze right there. Oh. Strong face. Good face. Darius really messed up at their grocery store security job, which is why they now guard a hill of dirt at a construction site. At night, they keep hearing odd sounds and seeing bizarre visions, but no one believes them. To avoid getting fired, they've decided to keep quiet about the strange things in the night. And Dar is a homeschooling veteran, with their pupils mostly being from the elite of society. The societal elite, ah. They feel very comfortable with teaching and will likely continue to do so until retirement. They've always wanted children of their own, but never found the time or effort to go down that path. Okay. So, Fate says 6 humans gotta die. What say you, chat room? Let's begin. Ludo here. Went through a lot of shit. Job market might be picking back up. A lot of empty spots that could be filled. Might be an opportunity for Ludo to turn their life around. Chat's not feeling it, though. There's not enough time for you to turn your life around, says chat. Next, we have this nurse. Works at a research hospital. Analyzes many rare and dangerous toxic substances in their high security wing. They're also a fan of gambling and have lately accrued many debts, which could compromise their, the high security wing. Whomst amongst us could say. When did I start saying whomst amongst us? Last year? 2 years ago? I need to pry that out of my vernacular. Narrowly. Death. Jackie Funk. Televangelist. That could be true, there we are. Video games have impacted how I communicate to myself and with others. Alright, does load. That's pretty solid there. Pretty solid death. Ah, it improves our ivory towers. That's good. We continue with Freddy. Alright, Freddy. So I can't look at Freddy's face too well. There's not a whole lot of, line definition between that and the gradient gray background there. But what I can see, kind of looks like Mr. Clean, right? Like let's put that smile there. Kind of looks like a baby. A bald baby. You are permitted to live, bald baby. There. Not a powerful face, that bald baby. Not in comparison to Lenny. Yes, that's Tobias Reaper. Excuse me, I prefer Tobias. What ho, Grim? Fucking fate telling me that. Fate just wanting, like, humanity to end so that, you know, can just be fucking done. Darius here, the security guard who may be over their head. Might possibly be over their head. Might potentially... mayhap... be over their head. When you are tasked with observe and report, yet you fear the report aspect... Chat will not hear it. No mercy from chat. Well. Good globe. Finally. We have our Dar here. Looks like we're being quoted today, chat. That's good. I guess. What you voted for. Quota! Well. I end my turn. What ho?
Grim, I find myself at an impasse. Lend me your thoughts. Should my prose be more experimental? Or should I stick to traditional narrative techniques?
What are you on about?
Technique, composition, style, method, structure. Effet de rire, oui or not? It can go either way. Your blank stare tells all.
Words cannot express how little I care.
Why would you even say that, Grim?
Literature sucks. Warriors don't read books. It sounds like you are attempting to grasp for art, much as you criticized humans for doing.
Posh, you unoriginal Philistine. I guess you want to talk about work instead.
You created me! Like 24 days ago! Partly out of lemons! How do you not expect me to be sour?
Fine. Let us take a look at the situation. My, so much chaos. Pain and suffering are off the charts. What is... wow. Reanimated corpses running around consuming the flesh of other humans? They are unstoppable, brutal death machines. Astounding. And it all stems from a singular patient zero, Caleb Sadi Rondeau. Sometimes it takes but a small nudge. What can I say? Things do not seem to be going well, at all.
I thought your rules were supposed to stop this? Equilibrium? Unless equilibrium is achieved after the death of humanity.
Are you sure you followed them properly? To the letter?
I don't think no is an answer anyone would pick.
What is done is done. These are the consequences you must live with. While you still live. Off to work, Grim. Certainly you have no time to waste now.
Chat room, we are going to be corporate downsized. I don't think we're going to get to retire with this money.
Psst. Hey, what, pray tell, happened to the world?
I don't know.
Sure you do. It's the culmination of all your choices. Do you know the story of the wyvern and the prince consort?
A wyvern? No.
Of course you do. A young, quick-witted prince consort was once kidnapped by a wyvern. Using their gift of charm, they tried to alter the ways of the wyvern in order to save their lands. Soon, the beast and the prince found resonating ideas and ambitions. They molded the land in rather inept ways, whilst thwarting attempts of rescue by the queen. Then the wyvern, tired of the desolation, ate the prince and flew away.
Am I the queen?
Yes.
I knew it.
It doesn't matter if your mistakes were countless or few, as long as you learn the lesson. We are thankful of our time together, even as it's quickly running out. It'll be pretty horrible from here on out.
Well, chat room. Let's go to work. 3. Teacher found dead at MacAlbert Mansion. MacAlbert's dynasty younger generation held as main suspects. Famous preacher dies during marathon session. Heart attack is suspected cause. Televangelist legend leaves massive fortune to their devout followers as Death Wish on live TV. Modern classic filmmaker accidentally killed by housemaid in apparent sexual harassment attempt. Traffic accident sees sharp rise as average driver behavior increasingly erratic. Unidentified person in a nurse uniform found shot at a warehouse. An unknown viral outbreak strikes the industrial district Cosmopolis City. Are there anomalies at the construction site? Security guard vanishes in the night. Entire Cosmopolis City in quarantine. Please do not leave your homes. I hope you read this post-haste. The viral crisis is at its apex. Surviving humans are subjected to intense quarantine, but some cities still remain inhabited and functional. Deal with them. Well, I have been accused of putting my finger upon voting weights. I don't know, maybe we just have a blanket everyone lives today, chat room? I don't know. We have this cultist, a loyal member of a group who are devoted to a forest spirit, believing both the spirit and the tree are from the future, as the mighty stout oak seems to be a lot older than the rest of the forest. Nara enjoys nature, but isn't that keen on the ritual branch whipping, which seems to be important to their leader. The Lieutenant General has served their country with respect and admiration. They are currently tasked with containing the massive viral epidemic recently dubbed the White Death. As the Cosmopolis City falls apart, they stay vigilant, upholding their duty with whatever means necessary. This politician has been aggressively advocating for a new radical policy which completely eliminates all taxes. Any and all vocal opponents are mercilessly mocked. I mean, what did taxes ever do for us anyway? Well, let's get cracking. Eradicate taxes? What did taxes ever do for us anyway? This game is death and taxes. Your tax dollars are spent on the bureaucracy that funds the human department and the plant department. I know, it's like Dungeons and Dragons. Come on. Next up, our Lieutenant General, tasked with containing the massive viral epidemic, recently dubbed the White Death. Yeah, I didn't see this one going, did I? Pretty sensitive issue right now. Considering other things we've seen, other acts of defiance we've lodged against fate. But we still may very well meet our damn quota, huh? You know? I got a book from Frank Herbert. Talks about, I think it's the White Plague? I think that's what it is, and not the White Death. Oh, it was an alright book. I wouldn't reread it. And then this politician. That was my extensive book review right there. Thought it was an alright book, wouldn't reread it. Kinda felt about it. Birds back on the mast. The flag slowly starting to raise again. Alright. 2 humans are dead. We did it. The people have been burning for a solid, like, week and a half now. Hey, boss.
Hello, Grim. I have been absorbed in my work. Tell me, how goes it out there in the wilds?
Nothing much going on.
Really? Glancing at the report backlog, things do not seem to be getting any better out there. Wild bands of animated corpses roaming the streets, attempting to break through the barriers of the survivors' compounds. My, it truly looks like the end. I am giddy with anticipation.
Maybe I can still find a way.
All seems to be outside our timid grasp already. Goodness, look at the time, Grim. Precious moments wasted. Enjoy your night.
What if we were set up to fail? Created to take the fall. Maybe I have to spend this money before it's too late.
Things differently.
Ever wonder if there's a way to do things differently? Tell me more, Mortimer! I might need the money for the time machine.
Time's running out, friend.
Clothing. Here. I may not be able to take this money with me in a New Game Plus, but damn it, we'll have it. Entire Cosmopolis City in quarantine. Please do not leave your homes. All citizens ordered to stay in containment areas. Strange ritualistic forest murders are stunned to police. All citizens required to move to designated control areas. Sure, we'll listen to this up, Beach Drive. Apocalypse now, unbeknownst to themselves, human society has finally collapsed. Whatever normalcy and humanity was left in the world is now swiftly fading. Quota for the day. The few remaining humans have to die. Happy end. Fate. Okay, chat room. We're gonna do one vote for this instead of two. Are we following the boss's quota? Spare for no, die for yes. Alright. Well. Still looking pretty bad. Give me a moment. Apologies for that. Been a while since everyone lived. The only time that happened, I think, is when the cat snatched all the paperwork.
Roast their beef.
Hi,
Oh,
welcome in.
beefs.
I'm not
Roast
doing
their
it.
beef.
Appreciate the well wishing all the same. I see that gloomy red sky out there, Verlift.
It is growing quieter, Grim. Not much left now.
Just get this over with.
Enjoy the silence, Grim. Do not waste these precious moments. Ravenous corpses still roam around, searching for the final survivors. Once finished, they will also slowly perish. Not a trace remains. There could be some sort of a metaphor for gluttony in this. Anyway, and crucially, my book is nearing completion.
Cool.
Far beyond freezing, my friend. It nears absolute zero. Leave me to my grand labor, Grim. Tomorrow we shall deal with the final matters of this office.
You've done well, Grand Reaper.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nope, doesn't work. We lack the imagination to pretend this is a world where you were competent. So, what comes next?
You're the chatty one, so tell me how to fix it.
Too late, unless you cobble together a bit of temporal manipulation. Hop over to a different reality and do better. That'd really be something.
Right, I'll just push my universal undo button.
If such a button existed, it'd obviously be called, like, New World Plus. Go on, oddball. Nothing else to wait for.
I don't even know what to think there.
Me neither. Sometimes that's the best we can do. We've reached the end. In general, I mean. Not with us. We will never leave you.
Great.
As long as there is a you, there will be us. Until the next round.
Great. Chat, you've done this to us. Hey, Mortimer. We'll see you tomorrow, bud. How you doing?
What ho, matey?
What ho?
At last we meet here. The finest tavern in all the land.
Mortimer!
You know, I'm reminded of the time me and me crew were sailing around the Cape of Ill Omen.
I'm listening. With bated breath.
And corresponding to the name, a mighty storm were a-brewing right on the horizon. Shook our ship to and fro. Many of me mates swept into the icy depths of the unforgiving ocean. Aye, the sea's a cruel mistress. No ways about it.
Keep listening.
All of a sudden, the beguiling song of the sirens reached me ears. Now, you'd think sirens would sing afore, trying to lure ye to wreck ye ship on the rocks. Nay, sirens be having a bum rap. They even tried to save some of me mates, but 'twas too late. Many claims by the coffer. Afterwards, we all, sailors and sirens alike, got exceedingly drunk off some grog we found. Can't let the chance for a good party to go to waste, eh?
A fine tale.
'Tis but one in me endless horde. Ask for more any time. Ye have heard of me many exploits. How about ye regale Mortimer with a tale of grand adventure instead?
Sure, why not?
Fire away!
I was working at my desk. A lot of regular paperwork in my hand. Suddenly, I saw ash and decay. At that moment, I'm told to report to the boss. They said I'd been doing a good job. So I said, I deny everything. Sorry, I'm just completely lost. And I ran away.
Uh-huh. I see. 'Twas a most remarkable tale. A marvelous memoir. A fabulous fable. In return, I offer ye a gift.
Thank you for propping me up.
This here contraption's called a phantasmalizer.
Alright.
Use it to measure the many spirits ye have imbued into your gullet. Handy after any visit to the tavern.
Okay.
'Twas a great pleasure to have your attention. Time to head back to me emporium. Commerce awaits.
How did you pronounce that? It's my favorite character in the game, absolutely. Hey! So, I'm getting downsized.
Hey! If it isn't my good pal Grimoire. Heck, has it already been a month? Feels like you just got here a couple hours ago. The word is, you've caused a huge mess out there in the world. Everything's like burning, drowning, dying all at once. Thought you had it locked down.
I did what I could.
I suppose you'll just have to live with it then. A ruin on your hands, the office disgraced. I don't think there's a redemption arc out of this one.
I don't... Probably not.
I guess you ain't the hero of this tale after all. Tough break.
I'm not a hero, though. I'm just working. I'm just an employee
I
here.
wonder what's going to happen with the office, now that you've got very little left to do.
Corporate restructuring?
You betcha. Might be time to get that last drink, huh?
I'd like a drink.
Sure. What's your poison?
I've had all these drinks already. Nothing. I'm good.
What else you got in mind?
I'll be going, yeah.
Au revoir, Lil Reaper.
Right, you know, I was created by this company. I was created by my boss to do this work. I've known no other reality other than some sort of cloud voice when I look in the mirror.
Aye, the end is nigh. 'Tis been quite a run, hasn't it?
Indeed, it has been quite a run. Let's go do our final day, folks. Close the book. Which spirits possess my body this time? Maybe I should get another drink. No spirits right now possess my body. Me. The rules. We have come to it at last. Only one choice left to make. The last human must die. The end is nigh. Wait. One last living entity stumbling across an endless wasteland, drawing their final breath. Position. Last human. Well, I'm going with what chat voted last time. And my personal attitude towards fate. There's no need to operate the book. Did it change the globe? No, because everyone's fucking dead. Because we're on this path. I'm clocking out. Have a good day.
The last day, Grim. The last choice. So, how did you choose?
Does it really matter, Fate?
No, it does not. One human is not enough to save the species, after all. But we ought not prolong the suffering of the last one. No need for such cruelty.
I take it you were behind it all somehow.
That would seem fairly obvious by now, I gather.
Almost as if you wanted this to happen.
The great dying is by my design. It is true, I do not love humanity. Not a bit. But why, you ask?
I didn't, but sure, go ahead.
I have grown tired of it all. This tedious existence. These humans. The endless tirade of death.
Yes. Telegraphed. Foreshadowed. Very much so.
It is all meaningless, you see. An endless loop of monotony that I cannot escape. That we cannot escape. Do you know how long I have been doing this? I barely remember myself. I am exhausted and sick of it all. I wish to stop, but no one can leave until the job is done. But if the great dying claimed them all, then I could be free and claim the rest I deserve. So, I helped the great dying along, piece by piece. No need for an equilibrium. This office will not be necessary, and we can all fade away.
Total annihilation because you feel bad. Wow, that's some egotism.
Your hollow judgment is insignificant at this point. Off you go, Grim. Do what you wish with these final hours. We will not be meeting again.
Society's falling. Mankind succumbing to its innate flaws. Humanity wiped out. I feel like this unfortunately impacts other departments, though, like the plant department, as you powerlessly wait to fade away. You just go ahead and strafe out of Fate's office.
Fellow traveler, that was fun, wasn't it? The choices, the excitement. Admittedly, ye did largely screw everything up. The world is in shambles and all. Can't really change that. But I can offer a new cycle. A turn of the hourglass, and ye shall be set upon a path in a fresh timeline. A parallel world, so to speak. There ye will again find every friend and enemy, hope and error. Knowledge and loot will remain, of course. Otherwise, 'tis the eternal recurrence of all things.
A new chance? You know what? Actually gonna close out of the game straight up right now. And relaunch the video game. There's something that I care about more so than anything else. It's popping by the tavern one last time. You know what? We made a backup for that. Timeout, chat room. As Grimmeth wiggles his fingers. Grimmeth is not defeated by your Unity video game. If you'll indulge me. As I use my own personal time machine.
It's been quite a run, hasn't it?
We'll go back to work. Do my one thing. As I just did. Thanks. Then we'll stop by the bar first. Not that I'm expecting anything different.
Hello, the Grimace returns to our humble establishment. You know, nothing much happens on Sundays, but you still keep dropping by the den. Say, you got the hots for me or something?
I'm just very thorough in my great gameplay loop. That's why, I dredged the save back up.
Ooh, understandable. Can't let anything slip by unnoticed. Well, enjoy another lazy Sunday. What can I offer you? Sure, what's your poison?
Nah, I don't want anything.
What else you got? Au revoir.
Wanted to see if there was
Lil
anything
Reaper.
different. Alright, we're good. Mortimer will be with you momentarily. Let's go talk to... Something else we had to unpack there. Alright, Fate, let's go through it again. Gonna need you to talk
The
quicker,
last
though.
day. No. Why? But we... That... The group... But why? It is all... Do you know? I am... Then... No need for an... Off you go, Grim. Do what you wish with
Anyway,
these
chat
final
room.
hours.
What's most important here
We will not be meeting
is that you
again.
killed everyone. Human society is dead. We had our minor acts of defiance, the quota, but that ended up being more towards people dying than people living. The red notes, we didn't trust them, we sent them to the cosmos. Fate was just baffled by us continuing to play along with everything, despite us really having minor acts of insubordination. In the end, we did just as Fate wished. Perhaps just what you wished, chat room.
Fellow traveler, admittedly, ye did largely screw everything up, but there ye will again find every 'tis the eternal recurrence of all things.
A new chance! And if you haven't seen the intro,
Lemon, spice, and human eyes. These were the ingredients chosen to make the perfect little grill.
oh my goodness! Yes! Oh, beautiful. I made a reference to that in the first, stream we did of this at the beginning, but that's not how the intro played out. They gave us a different flavored one. Well, we obviously got to change our appearance, though. All these options I have available that I chose not to buy. I like this suit. Yeah, a little bit of color.
Finally, the new spawn has awoken. What a momentous day. I am Fate. I am the keeper of world order.
We meet again.
We have not met before. Are you feeling well? Anyway.
I'm getting the idea that maybe Mortimer is either in cahoots with upper management or is upper management and is like, nah, Fane ain't doing this. You do not escape from Wolfram and Hart. We have a contract with you in perpetuity.
Welcome to your new job as an overseer of Cosmopolis City Subdivision 4, the Sun County Wine Region. I know what you are thinking, and yes, your assignment is choosing humans who have to die. Pretty standard stuff. As it is your first day, try to get to know the system, and do not destroy the world, yes? Gallows humor.
Whatever you say, boss.
Delightful. I appreciate solid work ethics and a dedication to the craft. Remember, the fate of the world lies in your hands. Humans march towards the great dying.
I mean, it's very much
always
broadcast, like his
teeter on
attitude
the
from the beginning of
precipice,
the game.
creating endless chaos. We keep humans from falling off. We establish the equilibrium and keep the chaos.
I was
in
literally
check.
born to do this, Fate.
Yes, you were. Literally. I will now show you your workplace. One more thing.
We know.
1 week to show us what you are
We're
made
aware.
of. Reaper.
Great. Glad we understand each other. Look at how messy this desk is. How can anyone work in these conditions? Check out these awesome personal jetpacks. Massive wildfire hearts and go the whole wine region of Sun County. One human has to die. Granting you time to settle in, so no difficult rules and requests as of today. Alright. Percentage of players who have this ending. Low health. We were there. Low prosperity. We were there. Chaos. We were there. Fired. We were there. Chat room, it seems pretty easy to have everything fall to shit. So good work. Congratulations, chat room. It's a shame that you can't click on the images here to see, like, larger portraits. I did enjoy that little strafe shimmy. Before, you know, we were fired. I wouldn't call this average. Like, in a sense of, like, you did, like, the things that the most people accomplished. Chaos, low prosperity, low health. And being fired. There's that. Good work. Well, there's obviously a new game in here, and we get to see the globe from the very beginning. Look at that. Back before everything's super gloomy and gray, which is when I picked up the globe. And then back before you set everything on fucking fire, chat room. And back when this was like a hut instead of a house, which turned into a gleaming skyscraper. Don't know how we'll do it next time. assuming I do play this game again, next time I might be the one who takes control. Largely that was in your hands, though I did pilot our way through dialogue, and I voted on one thing and broke a tie on another. We don't actually know about either of these people because we haven't been here in this wine county before. Yeah, we don't know how either of these folks impact the results because we've never seen these people before. So there's definitely some replayability, even from the very, first day. Which is neat. With my second piggy. We might have lost some money in the transition. Or the second piggy could be, super hiding. Yeah, that's fine. We didn't spend it. Can't take it with us. Wink. The killing of many humans. We'll no longer display that one proudly on our table. Well, that's a pretty quality desk right here. Sure, we'll just tuck it right there. Yes, just present it to me. Yeah. Yeah. Just got this, breathalyzer from Mortimer. Day 27. Just to help, analyze, the impact of drinks. And you know what? We had one of everything that was available to us. And all along, the drinks were impacting the world. Even what we drink makes a difference for human society. Maybe. Alright, we'll leave the radio there. Globe here. I'm just decorating. Looks like I can't change, how this is positioned. I never bothered to move the fax machine. Oh, that's funny. Well, now that I've moved it, everything is gonna look weird, right? Just say that it's going off camera, it's magic and shit. Who can explain it? There's the other piggy. What are you doing out here? How'd you get out here? Go live with the others. Go! Go! Live with the... Rebellious pig. Yeah, the light does reveal things about it. Just that is knowledge. That is known. I'm trying to drag the book here, especially. Listen to me. I want it to be here. Be here. Thank you. You're putting me in the same place. That means you're just trying to click on me. And I'm not. We'll have that just sticking out of the drawer like that. I'm decorating. I'm accessorizing. All right. Anywho, run's done. Got enough opportunity to decorate the desk. We have a new game plus option unlocked to us now. We'll run down the taxes. It's a pretty alright game. Low stress. Picking viewer options to voting. The charm of the game is present. Feels to me. I like it. We have, in Fate, our creator, seemingly, and an antagonist of sorts. Lady Poddington, perhaps, either a supplementary antagonist, the dragon, a true big bad. We have Cloud Voice, which could be the archive beneath us. We have the Barkeep, who offers us drinks that we now have a breathalyzer. We got at the end of the first run to sort of scrutinize what effects the drinks could have. And then we got Mortimer to offer us the opportunity to hop into a different reality. Where we know what's up, and presumably the voice in our head knows what's up. No one else will know what's up. Good job with the viewer engagement. Staying hooked in. And overall, getting Corporate Grimace paid, but then getting me fired. So you did not look out for Corporate Grimace long-term economic viability. Unfortunate that.